Crazy. 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 All right. Time to learn more of the Holy See. We'll see how this goes. All right. Hey, what's up, Cyberlanka? Good to see you. Yeah, I do be streaming a lot. I'm trying to make progress on this boot.dev thing. I set this goal for myself and I spent $280 or $220 on it or whatever, so I want to feel like I, one, got my money's worth, and two, that I actually uh, completed my goal. You know what I mean? I hate being one of those people that says they're going to do something and then they don't do it. All right, complete the smart append function. It appends a source string to the buffer field inside the destination text buffer struct. Okay. Got it for 3 months free. Nice. Yeah, I'm doing the backend roadmap as well. Yeah, the backend roadmap. The path that teaches Python and then Go is what I'm going to try to complete. Okay, so here are the steps. If either the destination or source input is null, return 1. The input pointer checks can be done with pointer equals null or not pointer. In C, null represents a null pointer, which does not point to a value. So we can do if destination equals null or source equals null. then we are going to return what? Return 1. Okay, so we got that. Now create a constant to represent the max buffer size of 64. So we'll do int const int max buffer size equals 64. Get the length of the string using str length. Okay. Length of source equals str length, and we pass in the source. So how does str length get used? This might be a good chance for you to finally check K8 and Infra as code on stream. I saw they have that. They do have that. Man, that's crazy that you remember me saying that. That's definitely Kubernetes is definitely something that has always seemed intimidating to me, and I've never really made the time or effort to really fix that. And so yeah, this might be a perfect opportunity. They have a like a DevOps path. I mean, I know they have standalone courses too. Where is it? I don't think they cover it here. But I think they cover it in the other courses, don't they? I think in the DevOps path they cover it. Yeah, this one, Learn Kubernetes. Might be interesting. I mean, the thing is, I don't know when I would ever actually use the knowledge, but I'd like to be able to talk about it, you know, or at least have a conversation, an intelligent conversation with somebody about it, you know. That's crazy that you remember that, though. Good recall, man. That's crazy. Okay, how does str length work? Let's see. Let's go up here. Str length returns the length of a string. So this has to be size t. Okay. So we've done that, we've done that, we've done that. Calculate the remaining space in the destination buffer. Notice that it stores its own length. The 64-byte buffer can hold 63 characters plus the null terminator. So calculate the remaining space in the destination buffer. I don't think I understand. If the source string is larger than the remaining space, if the source string is large, so how do I know? Yeah, I don't understand. Calculate the remaining space in the dest buffer. Notice that it stores its own length. The 64-byte buffer can hold 63 characters plus the null. So this tells me the length of this. Is that what we're saying? This reflects the current length. I don't know if that's what they're saying. I'm just gonna assume it. So we'll do int remaining space equals I don't think I understand. I'm confused. Hey Kale, what's up, man? Good to see you. 1 a.m. and I just rm-rf something after transferring it for 30 minutes. Tired brain. Whew, that's painful. Good morning, Arvin. Nice to see you. I'm in the same boat as well. The startup I'm in is scaling fast, and they're going to migrate to cloud. Will be useful. Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. If you're working in the cloud, I think knowing Kubernetes is probably a definitive, like, good thing. You know, I just more like I don't really host anything in the like. I shouldn't say in the cloud. I don't really host anything where I would need to use Kubernetes personally, nor do I right now have any plans to build something where that would be necessary. And my day job doesn't really have anything to do with any of that, so not too terribly relevant. But for you, it sounds like it could be a big value add. Good morning, Anub. Good to see you. We're doing well. Good midday. No, it's 9:43 a.m. here. So we're just getting our Saturday started. It's lazy Saturday. Enjoying the morning. Arvin prompted Claude ate my 5-hour limit and didn't deliver an answer. Ooh, that's painful. Yeah, there's a downside to coding with AI because there's two big pain points that I've noticed with agentic coding or coding with AI or vibe coding. There's two things. One is actually, hold on, let's go back. I'll say there's three things I've noticed with agentic coding that are big pain points. One is what you just said, which is when you're working on something and you run into the limits, it can be very frustrating because then you have to you feel like you have to shift down from like fifth gear to first gear and go back to manual coding, right? Because you're out of your tokens, which should be okay because that's how we used to do it all the time, right? I don't know why we're so quick to adapt to that new speed. The second thing is it's very painful whenever your agent hits its context window, and you can always very clearly tell when that compaction has happened to the window because you'll be going along making a lot of progress, and then all of a sudden the context window has to be compacted, and you're like, why did my AI just get dumber? Why did my agent just get dumber, right? That's how it feels. Then the third thing I've noticed is my prompts, as we build in the project, my prompts become worse because I don't have as much comprehension about everything that's been built, like under the hood. And so I don't have all the comprehension I would need to write prompts that actually make as much sense in this new context, right? So like as the project gets built out by the AI, my understanding of everything it's built goes down, which makes the prompts that I write, I think, less useful. But I guess the trade-off there is you get to move faster. So, what are you gonna do? I think vibe coding is the downfall of software engineering, not development. I guess we'll see. We have I would say we probably have 5 to 10 years before we find out how all this plays out. It's disconnected from the internet. Nice. Yeah, it seems like people. I think AI comes up in conversations a lot just because people have a lot of anxiety around it. And I think the way people process a lot of their anxieties is they talk through them and they share their thoughts and they want feedback on what they think and how they feel about stuff. And I think it's natural. Cyber cognitive offloading is going to be a massive problem. I think people who started coding before AI will have an advantage in terms of making the right decisions. Oh, yeah, it's already clear they do. Yeah. It's already clear they do. Okay, I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. Calculate the remaining space in the destination buffer. Notice that it stores its own length. The 60 I just don't understand this. Here I go talking to an AI. I don't understand this. What does the length field in the struct represent? The length of the thing in the buffer already? The length of the buffer itself? Confused. Don't worry, I have plenty of salmon. So if destination length is, say, 20, that means there are already 20 characters in the buffer before you even start appending new. Now think about what you need to calculate. How much room is left over for new characters? Well, okay. So how would one know that the buffer is 64 total bytes? Why would you ever just hard code 64 minus destination length? That seems incredibly brittle. The buffer array is declared with a fixed size of 64 bytes. That's baked into the struct type itself. It's not something that changes at runtime. Now, could someone change buffer? Yeah, they could, exactly. But then they'd also need to update the constant in the smart append to match. That's a general tension in C. Array sizes and the constants that describe them often need to be kept in sync manually. Ooh, that's painful. Okay, so I'm just thinking about this too hard. Use size of when you have direct access to the array. This actually does compute the size automatically based on the array's declared size, since size of is evaluated at compile time for fixed size arrays. Define the size as shared constant. The second option is worth thinking about. Given the dest is a pointer to text buffer and buffer is a real fixed size array member inside that struct, what would, I don't know what it would evaluate to. Let's print it. Let's return 0. And let's do print ZU size. And we'll do size of dest. There, use of undeclared identifier null. Oh, I have an extra L. Sorry. And that should be printf. Then we have to include, what is it, standard.io? Printf header file. Standard.io.h. $64. Okay. So what if we just did that? Yeah? Okay, so we'll say size or int is remaining space, which is going to be equal to the destination buffers. So we'll say max buffer size minus destination buffer print remaining space F. I do see why people say invalid operands to binary expression. I don't understand. Okay, why doesn't that work? Oh, because I need the length. Whoopsies. Not the buffer. I need length. There we go. So remaining space is 64. Is that right? Yeah, empty buffer. Okay, so that's remaining space. God, this is taking forever. gRPC versus protobuf versus GraphQL. I don't really have experience with much of those things. A little bit with protobuf. So a little bit, I guess, with protobuf, gRPC. But yeah, I haven't really written much GraphQL. I've been to a couple conference talks on GraphQL, but I've never really built anything with it or used it much. Hard drive go burr while I watch the speed go up then down on these transfers. Nice. Wish I could afford an NVMe. Don't we all? Everything's expensive. Even spinning disk hard drives are expensive now. Like we looked at it the other day on stream. The hard drives that I bought kind of at the beginning of the year or end of last year to set up my NAS, they've doubled in price. It's crazy. Of all the things we can hate AI for, that might be the thing I hate it the most for, is what it's done to the price of hardware. Okay, so if the length of source is larger than the remaining space, what should we do? Copy as much of the source string as possible to the destination buffer using stircat. Update the destination buffer length to the max size, accounting for the null terminator. Return 1 to indicate the full append wasn't possible. Oh, first of all, I hate this. I hate that decision that they just made, but we'll do what they want. So they want me to partially copy and then return an error that it failed. We should just not copy it. Let's see, copy as much of the source. So what does stir cat take? Concatenates a specified number of characters from one string to another. So then we'll do stir in cat. We pass in the destination and the source, and we can essentially figure out this would be char to, oh, that's a keyword, characters to copy, chars to copy. And so this would be, I guess, the difference between these two numbers. So the length of source minus the remaining space. Right? So if remaining space is 8 and length is 16, that means we can hold 8. Okay. And then what does it want us to do? Update the destination buffer length to the max size. So then we do destination. So how would you do it? You do this like this: destination buffer, length equals max buffer size. So how you do the assignment. And then return 0. Otherwise, we do some other stuff. Otherwise, append the entire source string to the destination buffer, use stircat, update the destination buffer length, return 0. So that would mean then what we would do is we'd say stir in cat destination source, and then update the buffer length. So this would be destination length equals the length of the source, and return 0. Use of undeclared charged. Oh, I tell you what, Python really ruined me with the incompatible pointer types passing text buffer to parameter of type char. Oh. So this needs to be buffer and buffer. Too few arguments. Hey! Oh! Damn it. I thought I did it, but I didn't. I need to buy more armor. I'm gonna use up all my armor in let's see, buy, yeah. Give me 10 of them. Hey, Rock and Braden. We're just working on boot.dev. Just hanging out, listening to some music, drinking some coffee. Nice to see you. Hello, FE911s. Good to see you, man. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for being a member. You too, Kale. Thank you guys for being members. I appreciate that. Okay, so we have a buffer overflow. I don't know on what test, though. Main.c. This is a very long string that will fill up the entire buffer. Okay, length should be 63 after overflow append. So I think this is the one where I'm failing. Okay, I'm causing Stack Overflow. Help me. You said it yourself earlier? I didn't say this. Let's see, does your remaining space calculation account for reserving that 1 byte? It does not. It does not. So I always need to subtract 1. Look closely at this line. Length of source minus remaining space. Think about what characters to copy is supposed to represent. How many characters you copy when there isn't enough room? Is length of source minus remaining space the amount that fits or the amount that doesn't fit? Try plugging in a real number. Say remaining space is 10 and length of source is 15. Man, why is this so hard? I feel like my brain is broken. Okay, okay, let's scroll up here and look at the stir cat concatenate. I think this is harder than learning Rust. Okay, so concatenate a specified number of characters from one string to another. Okay. Oh, so should I just be copying the remaining space number? Is that where I went wrong? Right? No. Destination length equals 63. Oh, yep. -1. There we go. Woo! Dang, that's hard. It's interesting to me though, then why do we say max buffer size is 64? I mean, I guess it can hold 64 but we have to reserve space for the null. But it just makes our calculations messy. Now we have this magic 1 everywhere. So I guess I could do something like const int space for null terminator. I mean, that's what it represents. I'm interested to see the code they wrote. Okay, let's look at their solution. Max buffer size 64. They get the length of the stir. Available space. Yeah. They just have a magic 1 in their code too. So I'm not doing anything crazy. I found that difficult. I found that lesson very difficult. Me every day equals brain can't compute. Yeah, I'm finding this hard. I'm finding C difficult. Which makes me want to write it all the more, you know? Sometimes you have a struct that may need to reference itself or be used recursively. For example, consider a node struct that can contain other nodes. This might be useful for building a linked list or a tree. The problem here is that node T is not defined yet, so the compiler will complain. To fix this, we can add a forward declaration. A forward declaration lets the compiler know the existence of a struct type before it's fully defined. Oh, interesting. Snakelang, like Python, is built on the idea of dynamic objects, and objects need to be able to store other objects. Run the code, and notice the .h file is producing an error because the object struct references itself. Fix it with a forward declaration. So we want to do... We basically just need to copy this, put that up there, take this same thing, put it there, delete that, and run again. Okay, good to know. It's an easy one. Forward declarations can also be used when two structs reference each other. A circular reference, for example, a person has a computer and a computer has a person. Notice the struct definitions end with just a closed bracket semi rather than closed bracket person T. Since we already created the type def aliases in the forward declarations, we don't need to repeat them. Both styles are valid in C. This to me is much better because now you're not keeping this in sync with this, right? So I think that's a much better way to write it. Notice that when you use forward declarations, you must use pointers to incomplete types, not full values. This is because the size of the struct is unknown. Okay? Complete the definitions of the employee and department structs. Take a look at the implementations in the .c file to understand how they should be defined. So we need an ID, we need a name, we need a department. The ID should be an int. The name should be a character pointer. I don't know about department. Oh, I guess department's its own type. Name, and then manager is what? Instances of employee. Okay. So let's go ahead and fill in the fields here. And we also need to fill in type def struct. We'll do employee T. And then we'll do department T and department, like so. And then for the employee, we need an ID. We need a char star name, right? And then department, and department is going to be a department T star department. If I could spell. And then this is going to be pretty similar. I don't think we have an ID flag though. We just have name and manager. So remove that. This becomes an employee manager. I think that looks right. Although these should be semis, not. Yeah. So we have ID, name, department. We're using pointers. I think that's right. Hey, I got it right. Okay, unlike Golang, a language living in 1970. Damn, throwing shade at Golang. I don't know. So far, I think I'd rather write Golang than C. C has explicit support for enums with the enum keyword. TJ is salty because Go is a simple modern language that companies actually use to ship products. Not all. Oh, we got a new challenge. When arrays don't decay. Let's try it. Complete the functions in exercise.c to show two important facts about arrays in C. An array parameter, like int numbers array, is treated like a pointer inside the function. And a real array variable, like int scores 5, is still an array. So size of can give the full byte size. Use the address of operator correctly. what to implement. Finish these functions. Return the result of size of numbers. This shows what C returns. This shows what size C sees for an array parameter. Okay, so return size of numbers. Okay. Create a local array with 5 int values. So we'll do int like that. Numbers. I don't think I've ever initialized an array before. Okay. Return the result size of on that array variable. Size of numbers. Size of an array function parameter will return size of int star instead of int. One error generated, one warning. Where's the error? Error. Brackets are not allowed here to declare an array. Place the brackets after the identifier. So you have to do this. I don't know how to initialize an array in C. How to initialize an array in C. Not C++, C. Oh. So you want this? There we go. Alright, parameters start at first element. So parameters return whether numbers and numbers or address of numbers element 0 refer to the same starting place. So we should do numbers equals ampersand numbers 0. Okay. I think that's part of the submission. So let's try this one. Create a local array with 5 int values. Okay, we'll just copy this guy so we don't have to struggle through that again.
MRK_Manansala is telling you to drink some coffee.
Thank you, Mark. Hey, how's it going? Too early, no work today? It's Saturday. So yeah, no work today. I didn't work at all this past week either. I took a week in June off. I took a week in July off, and then I'm taking a week in August off through the summer, just to kind of hang. No, we don't have any real vacations or anything planned. Just to kind of hang out, be around the house. Nothing particular. But yeah, no work today. Also, Mark, thank you for being in both places, Twitch and YouTube. Twitch is like a graveyard over there, so I appreciate you populating it. It also, Twitch has the best rewards. Like Twitch actually has rewards that you can get for watching the stream. Tensor, thought I was the only one using boot.dev. No way, dude. Go to the leaderboard, man. There's so many people using boot.dev. So many people. It's great. What I'm super curious about, though, is how many people actually reach Archmage. You know? Like, how many people actually get to the finish line? Yep, interact for free. Exactly. Yep, you can get text to speech, and which I can add whatever rewards we want to add over there for Twitch. I'm just not very creative, so coming up with rewards is not my strong suit. So if you ever have suggestions, let me know. Let's see. I'm 140k out of 1,003 and level 10, so it'd be top 10%. Oh, really? Huh. Interesting. How did you do that math? How did you get the 1,000,000? Oh, all-time registered students. So how do you know what position you are? You're 140k out of... How do you find that? Leaderboard rank? Is this overall? 13? So the vast majority of people do not actually... I mean, if there's 1,000,000 registered users, the vast majority of people either do one of two things. One, they don't really care about becoming Archmages. They just came for a particular course. Or two, they start and just don't stick with it. Interesting. You're 15k-th. Go to the top. It's in your profile. Go to the top right. This right here. What we're working now? We're just working on boot.dev. We're learning C right now is the course we're doing. 90 levels to go to break into that 1%. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with it. I'm at least gonna go to level 100. I would like to finish all the courses in the path. I don't know if I'll do that, but I'll definitely go to level 100. Born to Shine. Hey man, I'm still a member. I guess so. Welcome back, Born to Shine. Thank you for being a member. You don't have to be a member though. So if you need that money, just unsubscribe, you know, or unmember, whatever you do. No, nobody needs to send me money on the internet. I mean, if they want to, I appreciate that, but they don't have to. Yes, that's why. So, Kale, that's why I want to get to Archmage is because of the pin. They send you a letter. They send you a letter and they send you a coin. And then you get bragging rights, obviously, which I think is pretty cool. I want to reactivate my membership. Go for it, man. You don't have to though. Yeah, I mean it looks like you're still a member, so you're good. Steven Archmage. Yes, right now I'm Steven. I'm Sorcerer Steven. But soon I will be Archmage Steven. If I ever figure out C. I'm finding C difficult, personally. Oh, whoops. Return whether the array expression refer to the same starting place. So what do we want to do? We want to do numbers equals ampersand numbers 0. Finished it. You only got 96 XP, so I don't think that was really worth it, but you have 3 months to get to 100 levels. Do it, man. Do it. It's a lot. I mean, honestly, I've been very surprised with how much work it really is, actually. Somebody, I saw a blog post, somebody did it in 30 days. Boot.dev, 30 days. No. Archmage. Boot.dev, 30 days. Yeah, this guy. I mean, granted, I know you kind of have to take people on the internet with at their word, but he said he did it, so, which I think is crazy. He must have been grinding like nobody's business. See, timetable. I started making tables after the first few days to track my progress. Yeah, he did it from June of 2025 to basically the end. Dude was grinding away. I wonder if he has a job. I wonder if he has family, because that's pretty crazy. Oh no, he let his cert expire. Tristan Davis, or maybe he just didn't update his, because this is his website. I think his GitHub just has an old link on it. Yeah, Tristan just has an old link. I don't know. I find that impressive. 30 days to get to Archmage. Impressive. See you born to shine. Sleep well. Love those little trinkets. I still have my Charmin plaque and mug from the certification. Hell yeah, dude. Swag is the best. You know? Swag is the best. Okay, you can define a new enum type like this. The type def and its alias days of week t are optional, but like structs, they make the enum easier to use. In the example above, days of week t is a new type that can only have one of the values defined in the enum. You can use the enum type like this. Or if you don't want to use the alias, okay, an enum is not a collection type like a struct or an array. It's just a list of integers constrained to a new type, where each is given an explicit name. The snake-laying graphics library needs to represent colors. Create a color enum with red, green, and blue values in that order. Okay, so we have type def enum colors. Let's see, colors t. And then what were the members? We need red, green, blue. I never know if I'm supposed to type semis or... damn. I had it right the first time. Oh, I got a new spell book. And I earned a chest. Nice. Have a good sleep, Mark. Thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate you stopping by. Rooting for you to become an Archmage? Hell yeah, dude. That's a great emote, too, by the way. That's a great emote. Entropy wins. I love that. I might try to create a thumbnail for myself that kind of follows that. Let me screen grab that real quick. That'd be a funny thumbnail. Control Shift. How did you Control Shift 6? There we go. I'm gonna save that. Funny thumbnail idea. Okay. Sometimes you just want to enumerate some names. Sometimes you don't just want to enumerate some names. You want to set those enumerations to specific values. For example, you might want to define a program's exit status codes. Alternatively, you can define the first value and let the compiler fill in the rest. Okay. I'm not a big fan of enums personally. Not my favorite thing in most languages. They're super handy in Rust. My favorite feature of enums in Rust is that they have associated data. I love that about enums in Rust. Did I activate a potion? Should have. Damn it, I forgot to do that. One of the best features of enums is that it can be used in switch statements. Enums plus switch statements. Avoid magic numbers, use descriptive names. With modern tooling would give you an error/warning that you haven't handled all the cases in your switch. Here's an example. You'll notice that we have a break after each case. If you do not have a break or return, the next case will still execute. It follows through to the next case. Many devs have written bugs when using switch statements because they forgot to add break, which is interesting. It's interesting because this path teaches you Python where it doesn't have fall through behavior, and then you go and write C and it does. The juxtaposition is painful. Rust enums are actually what does ADT mean? AKA tagged unions. ADT. Rust ADT. Algebraic data type. Ooh, that one goes right over this guy's head. That sounds like a computer science thing. What does that mean? What does algebraic data type mean? An algebraic data type is a composite data type used in computer programming to build complex data structures. It gets its name from mathematics because you can create new types by performing algebraic operations, specifically addition and multiplication, on existing types. They make invalid states impossible. That's pretty cool. Is TypeScript discriminated unions? Are those considered algebraic data types? Would those qualify in the same way? I mean, you can't associate data with them. Okay, according to the internet, they are. It's pretty cool. Well, now I know the right word to use. So you complete the HTTP to stir function. Given the enum defined in http.h, it should return a hard-coded char pointer with the human-readable version of the HTTP status code. How would you actually say this in plain English? I don't feel like I'm saying it correctly. A pointer to char, or a character pointer. Okay. Character pointer. That's how I'm gonna read it. Should return a hard-coded string character pointer with the human-readable version of the HTTP status code. Sweet. Sweet. We can do this. So we're gonna do switch on code. And then we have a bunch of cases. Code dot. How do we reference the... Oh, we just use the actual names. Let's see if I can do some Vimfoo on this. So let's do switch code pull this up, put that here. Let's give us an indentation. Okay, so what do we need to do here? We need to... I don't know if I can actually do this, but let's see if we can do it with some Vim. So what do we need to do? We need to... We'd have to use a capture group, wouldn't we? I'm going to spend more time doing the Vim foo than actually solving the problem. Probably been easier just to type the words. So if we do search and we look for word boundary followed by HTTP followed by anything one or more times boundary. Now we need to capture this, right? Dude, I do not know my regex. Regex capture group. Okay, so I have my capture group. Then I think we want to we don't followed by a comma. So why doesn't this match down here? Damn, I lost all my shit. Word boundary. HTTP. Well, what's happening? Why doesn't it work anymore? Okay. Dot. One or more characters. Then we want to capture. We don't want to capture that. We want to capture up to but not including. Okay. I don't know what the regex would be, so I'm just gonna do it. I give up. I admit defeat. I am curious though. I know Jim and I will be able to do it. What would be the Vim search and replace command to convert the following to a proper set of case statements on the status code? Oh man, that's complicated. I couldn't have done that by memory. I would be surprised if people are that good with regex. Look at this command. This is the command that Jim and I came up with. All right, let's try it just for the hell of it. Thank you, Jim and I. Let's see. We want S // star HTTP _ I don't know if Gemini is right here. I don't think this is going to work. Yeah, that did not work. Maybe I typed it wrong. Okay, Gemini. You're wrong. You wrong, sucker. See, that's the problem with AI, man. It looks plausible. Gemini said, "Ah, my bad. Let me look closer at what went wrong." Now I'm just curious if it can do it. Nope, it's not matching anything. I guess don't trust don't trust AI with your Vimfu. Not match. I want case. What are you trying to do? I was trying to see if I could like search and replace to convert those enums into like the proper case syntax, right? That's what I was trying to do. I failed, and Gemini failed, so I don't feel so bad about myself now. Okay, so what do we need to return here? Guess I'll add a default in there. Default is complete. Given an enum defined, it should return a hard-coded string. Okay. So let's return. $400 bad request. How many times do you think this function's been written in the history of the world? Probably a bunch. Or something like it, you know? Ah. Damn semicolon. Should return unknown. Oh, an extra space. That armor protected me. Hey, what's up, Minister of Defense? Good to see you. What's cracking? We are just struggling through the Holy C. I'm currently doing a course on boot.dev where we learn C as a programming language, and I wouldn't say it's going great. I mean, I'm making progress, but I'm finding it difficult. Hey, what's up, Ulas? It's been a long time, man. Hope you're doing well. Nice to see you again. Nate, yeah, I'd use an LSP for that. That's deep Vim magic. It really is deep Vim magic. But I see people do some crazy stuff um, with their Vimfu, you know, and one day I aspire to be so skilled. C is the Lord's programming language. According to the internet, you can't be a real developer until you've written some C. So I've been 6 years masquerading as a programmer, and I've never written any C until the last 2 days. So I'm finding it difficult. I'm finding it a difficult language to pick up. Let's see, at the start of main, print the size of the two enums already defined for you in the format. The size big number is Y bytes. The size of HTTP error code is X bytes. Okay. So let's print F. Is the header imported for us? It is. Thank you. The size of HTTP error code is X %Z U bytes. Don't forget the semis. And don't forget the new lines. Okay, now that we understand structs and enums, we can learn about unions, a combination of two concepts. This is not the kind of union that the 300,000 earning, 300K earning Google employees fight for because they don't have enough oat milk in the office. No, this feature is one that even Golang doesn't have. Probably because they were worried about getting fired from Google for just mentioning the word. Unions in C can hold one of several types. They are like a less strict sum type from the world of functional programming. Here's an example union. So basically, this is just saying it can be either an int or it can be a character pointer, but not both at the same time. That would be a struct. We provide the this is essentially what's coming to C#, or a very similar thing that's coming to C# this year, which I'm very excited about. Here's where it gets interesting. What happens if we try to access the name field, even though we set the age field? Good morning, Orb Flow Trading. How are you doing? Made it to Vegas yet? I gotta stand up a little bit. One sec. So now it's just the parents hiding out in the basement instead of the kids. Are they come down here? I never hung out in my bed. Hello, Opie.
But you hung out there.
Yeah, we did. We had a game room. Well, I guess we did at the house I lived at when I was in middle school. But the house that I lived at in elementary school, we were in our room more. Okay, sorry, I had to do something other than just sit hunched over. It was starting to bother my neck. How are unions possible in C#? They're adding them. They're adding a special keyword. Let's see if I can find it. It's actually already in .NET 11, I think. Let's see if I can make an example. Actually, I think we did, didn't we? I think we looked at this on stream. Let's see, go to repositories. Yeah, union types in C# 15. There we go. I'm guessing it's not going to work in NeoVim though, because I'm using, I'm not using Roslyn, I'm using OmniSharp. Where is it? Let's open it in VS Code so we can actually get the right syntax highlighting and stuff. Cannot disable GitHub Copilot. Do you want to disable? Yes, disable all. That's fine. So this is what's coming in C# 15 in the fall when it gets here. You'll have this keyword where you can say this is a union, or sorry, hold on, this keyword up here. This is a generic extension, but you'll have this keyword called a union. Then you can declare the name of that union type and then specify which type or which types make up that union, which then lets you do stuff like exhaustive matching here, which is pretty cool, I think. I think a lot of people will come to really enjoy this. See if it runs. Should run. Yeah, which is pretty cool. And then we can change this to be like, let's do cat. Where's cat? Cat has a name. Hello, world. It's like a tagged union. Oh, very cool. Yeah, I think it's great. I think people have kind of achieved something similar using other patterns, but it'll be nice to have this just natively in the language. So why can't I define a cat? Where is it? Because it's defined down here? Oh, whoops. It's the way. It's because I was trying to define it like a Python instance. Cat. There we go. All this switching languages, it's fucking me up. There we go. So yeah, it's cool. I'm excited. I think that's probably the most exciting feature coming in C# 15. I'll be ready to try that when it gets here. Don't see it in GC languages much. Well, very cool. I welcome it. So I made it to Vegas, had a T-bone steak for supper, won $500 on a slot machine. Man, you've had a good couple days, huh? Steak for dinner and won $500. Doesn't get much better than that. Maybe throw in some sex and you can die a happy man. All right. What are we doing now? Oh, we're talking about unions. Sorry, I forgot. Here's where it gets interesting. What happens if we try to access the name field even though we set the age field? Okay, we get nothing. To be more specific, we get undefined behavior. A union only reserves enough space to hold the largest type in the union. Then all of the fields use the same memory. So when we set age to 29, we are writing integer representation of 29 to the memory of the lane union. Then, if we try to access .name, we read from the same block of memory, but try to interpret the bytes as a char star, which is why we get garbage, which is interpreted as nothing in this case. Put simply, setting the value .age overrides the value .name and vice versa, and you should only access the field you set. That seems like a foot gun right there. Snakelaying is going to need objects. We'll hand code those objects, and Snakelaying developers will use them to store dynamic variables, kind of like Python. Everything is an object, even simple integers and strings. Take a look at the snake object struct in exercise H. It has a kind field that stores the type of the object, like integer or string, and a data field that stores the actual data. All right. Create a snake object kind t enum type in exercise H. So type def enum snake object kind. And then we'll do snake object kind. It's the one used as the kind field of the provided snake object. Snake object kind t. It's an enum that can be an integer or a string. Integer or string. Complete the format object function in exercise C that uses a switch on the .kind of a snake object t and writes a formatted string to the associated buffer. For an integer, write the string int hyphen in to the buffer, replacing in with the integer number. For a string, write this string stir to the buffer, replacing stir with the string value. You can use sprintf to write the formatted string to the buffer, for example. Okay. So we'll do switch on object.kind. And we'll just do default. And we'll just print f. I don't know how to print an enum. God, it's so humbling when you're learning a new language. It's like you're learning to walk all over again. Okay. So case is integer, and case is string. I think it's interesting that what was I going to say? I think it's interesting. Oops, that's not all. This would be and then we have to do what? We have to write. You can use sprint F to write the formatted string to the buffer. I don't understand. I just feel so lost, man. This is the part of learning so many people run away from. It's this feeling. And it's this particular feeling that AI makes it so easy to avoid. Okay, so what am I trying to do? I have an object, snake object. It has kind and it has data. And then the data is this union that tells, and the kind tells me if I should access int or if I should access the character pointer. So in this case, it would be object.data.vint. I think. Let's just see if that works. See, assertion failed. String int5 equals buffer. Yeah. I don't know. Now I'm frustrated. I got a string. I got an integer. Oh, so it wants me to write the string to the buffer on the data. I think that's what I'm doing. So it wants me to do this. It wants me to do sprint f obj.kind dot oh no, it's passing me. It's passing me a buffer. So it wants me to do this. It wants me to say buffer, then say int percent %d object.data.vint. That's what it wants me to do. I swear I've written code before. I swear I've Jesus Christ. This is hard. This is hard, man. So then this would be s, and this would be string. V string. There we go. Ooh, buddy. Let's see. Unions store their value in the same memory location, no matter which field or type is actively being used. That means that accessing any field apart from the one you set is generally a bad idea. Take a look at the val or air T union. It represents either an integer value or an unsigned integer air code. Run the code in its current state. Notice that the dot value field is set to negative 420. Then the data in each field is printed. The dot value field works as you expect, printing negative 420. However, the dot air field represents, what is that? It's 3. Is that 4 billion? It's trying to interpret the bytes of negative 420 as an unsigned integer, which results in a very large number. Uncomment the next block of code and run it without submitting. Okay, run the code in its current state. Run. We did that. Now, uncomment the next block of code. Oh man, does uncommenting not work in GC? Guess not. Interesting. Notice that now we set the .air field to uint max, which is a constant representing the largest possible unsigned integer. As expected, the .air field prints this. However, the .value field prints negative 1. It's reading the bytes for 4 billion as a signed integer instead of a unsigned one, which turns it into negative 1. The downside of unions is that the size of the union is the size of the largest field in the union. Take this example, int or air message. Int of data and char of size, or a char array of size 256. This union is designed to hold an int 99% of the time. However, when the program encounters an error, instead of storing an integer here, it will store an error message. The trouble is that it's incredibly inefficient because it allocates 256 bytes for every int that it stores. Imagine an array of 1,000 int or error message objects. Even if none of them make use of the .air field, the array will take up 256,000 bytes of memory. An array of ints would have only taken up 4,000 bytes. Assume the following: size of int equals 4, size of char equals 1, and size of long int equals 8. How many bytes will an instance of sensor data require? So it's a union. They're all the same thing, so it's going to take 8. Which is the correct order from least to greatest of the memory requirements of the given unions? Okay, so let's see if we can just write on the screen here. So this would be 8 or 3 times 8, which equals 24. Promise I can do math. Okay, the packet payload, or actually, hold on. This is actually at most, it's a union, sorry. It's a union, so at most it's going to be 8. At most, this will be, image data struct. So this represents 256, 256. So this would be 4 plus 4 is 8 plus 1024. So 1024 plus 8. So that's pretty big. And then down here, looks like the largest struct here is 12. This could be 12. So it would be from least to greatest. So it would be sensor data, item, and then packet payload. How long should you spend on something before calling it and coming back to it? I think shorter the better, because I think that's why Pomodoro is such a great technique for programmers and developers, is because I feel like the good programmers or good developers, we tend to be very good at sticking with problems and really like slamming our head against it until we figure it out. But I think, unfortunately, a lot of times we cause ourselves way too much pain doing it that way, when if we just would step away from the problem for even 5 or 10 minutes and just take a walk, make some coffee, but just like offloading some of that cognitive load to our subconscious, I think is very beneficial. And a lot of times that's when it clicks. The thing that you couldn't quite figure out or sort through or what's the right way to do something falls into place. Even something like what you said, you broke your jellyfin, even something like that. It's just like, just step away, offload some of it to your subconscious, because you have the best ideas like when you're taking a shower, going for a walk, doing something unrelated to the problem at hand is usually when the best ideas come. So I would say, I don't know, half an hour. That's half an hour of not really making progress. If you're making progress, keep going. But once you get stuck, 20, 30 minutes of frustration, I think it's time to call it. And that's why I say Pomodoro, I think, is such a good technique, because it forces you to take breaks at regular intervals anyways. Yeah, 120 minutes of not making progress, and it's like, yeah, let's go do something else. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Like I said, I'd probably say half an hour. I mean, being able to stick with hard problems is a great skill, but it's the recognition that you don't have to just endlessly beat on something, right? It's okay to step away and come back. At least that's been my experience.
Did we just become best friends?
Hey, thanks for the follow, man. That's super kind of you. Appreciate that. I think I can just mount my NFS share through Proxmox as a data store and mount that into the VM rather than play around with fstab and IP tables. Nice. I don't have much experience with Proxmox, so you're in waters that I have never navigated. Bob, thank you very much for the follow, man. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Duckboy Steven streams, and then I forgot it's a Sunday. I am streaming, but it's Saturday for me, Duckboy. I'm here. Kale, me too. Well, maybe that's the most exciting waters to be traveling through, is the unnavigated ones. That's when you learn the most, I guess. Either sink or swim. I'm mixing a lot of metaphors there. Okay, one interesting, albeit not commonly used trick is to use unions to create helpers for accessing different parts of a piece of memory. Consider the following. Okay, it results in a memory layout like this. We have our 4 RGB and A fields. And then we have a uint32, which I guess is like a Oh, this is unsigned 8, right? So each one of these is a singular byte. Interesting. So only 4 bytes are used. Unlike in 99% of scenarios, it makes sense to both set and get values from this union through both components and RBGA fields. Both fields in the union are exactly 32 bits in size, which means we can safely, question mark, access the entire set of colors through the .rgba field, or get a single color component through the .components field. Interesting. The convenience of additional fields with efficiency of a single memory location. And the fragility of C. Interesting. It's just so interesting that this maps to actually what data looks like in memory. Now I kind of understand what people say about the value of learning C, and probably why people liked working with it. I'm enjoying watching you do C. Dude, it's not. I don't know. I'm on the struggle bus, but I'm not gonna give up. Almost Sunday for me, and I want some Z's for the World Cup matches later. Nice. Yeah. Well, sleep well, man. C is great, but C++ is C with polymorphism. Interesting. I've heard C++ was in the early days was called C with classes. Or at least that's, I guess, how it initially was referred to when who was it? Bjorn something? I don't know how to say his last name. How will our kidneys do? What do you mean? What do you mean by that, Duckboy? You mean you're going to be drinking a lot? Yeah, Bjorn Storstrup. I don't know I don't actually know how you pronounce that last name. I watched the C++ documentary. It was very interesting. I don't know if any of you guys have seen that. This is like one of my favorite YouTube channels right now, because I feel like they're single-handedly saving all programming content on the internet. It's called Cult Repo. It used to be called Honeypot. They make all these wonderful documentaries about about different technologies. They also have some fun videos where they follow some like more popular programming and coding related content creators, or tech people who have created really popular pieces of technology. It's a really great channel. I'm just gonna put it in chat. I know there's not like a bunch of people in chat, but just in case you didn't know about it, it's great. But they just made a C# or not a C#, a C++ documentary, and there's a Java one coming up this month in a few days. It'll be good. Duckboy, bad kidneys come from bad sleep, not just unhealthy drinks, I'm told. Oh, interesting. I've never heard anybody say that before. You're the first person I've ever been told that sleep harms the kidneys, or that no sleep harms the kidneys. That's news to me. Did not know that. Okay, complete the packet header union. It should have 2 potential fields: TCP header and an array of 8 integers that are each 1 byte in size. Use uint8t, uint16t, and uint32 for the types of fields based on the number of bytes needed. Remember, 8 bits equals 1 byte. So we should have something that kind of looks like this, right? So we should have a struct, And we're going to call that TCP header. TCP header. And then we're going to have a raw something or other. uint32. So there's two. First 2 bytes are source port. The next 2 bytes are destination ports. And the last 4 bytes are the sequence num. We need so uint8 is 1 byte. So the first, so this should be 16. And this should be, so this is 16, 16. This is 32, right? So 4 bytes. uint32 is 4 bytes. And this should be destination port. And this should be sequence num. Now, I'm not sure about an array of 8 integers that are each 1 byte in size. So this would be, how do I declare an array? This would be a uint8t. So I want to declare a uint8t of 8 integers. Or I want an array of 8 uint. So this would be like this. Unknown, oh, these need T. Success. Interesting. So then that maps to basically the same idea here, only a much bigger grid. Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, I believe sleep's important. Yeah, sleep is sleep delay equals renal function decline. Interesting. Yeah, sleep has crazy effects. I've read stuff in the past that even like even as little as like 4 or 5 hours of sleep can cause you to have like symptoms of it can basically cause you to have insulin insensitivity the next day, which is pretty crazy. That sleep can alter that lack of sleep can so quickly, right, alter your physiology. Kona, are you learning C for any particular reason or just out of interest? So really, I'm just doing it because it's part of boot.dev's curriculum. Yeah, I never really had much of an interest in it myself. I didn't go to school for computer science, so that C was just nothing that was ever on my radar. But I wanted to do boot.dev, and one of the courses is learning C. So here I am. I'm on... Where's my roadmap? Yeah, I'm on this one. Learn memory management. And so far, so good. I don't have any complaints. Are you doing boot.dev for a career train? Nope, just for fun, really. Yeah, just for fun. The way I got into programming initially was in college. I took programming 1. This would have been 2014. I took programming 1 and programming 2 in college as electives, and did C#. And then I spent 6-ish years working as a food scientist. And then I got a job as a support analyst at a tech company. And that's sort of how I found my way into even writing code again at all. And I did a lot of free code camp, did all the free code camp curriculum in 2021. And then just have slowly kind of worked my way into writing code, getting paid to write some code, and have just really found a love for development and programming kind of in my own time. And I like streaming, and so I wanted to have some sort of activity I could stream and do. And working on my own projects has not been a lot of fun now that AI has entered the chat. So I picked boot.dev as something to do while I stream. I know, long story, but that's why. Yeah, not really looking for a career change. Do a lot of people use boot.dev for that? Is that kind of a lot of the customer base, is people trying to learn code to kind of try to become some sort of engineer or something? But I guess that makes sense. Yeah, generally, yeah. That makes sense. They'd probably be a good. Oh, whoops! I didn't mean that. That'd probably be a good source of leads, right, for members. Uh-oh, I disconnected from Twitch again. Sorry about that. It's a good replacement for Uni for those who don't have the option. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's great. I don't know why. At this point, though, I don't know why anybody would. I don't know. Yeah, I don't see the allure of programming and coding as a career right now. I mean, if you asked me 2 years ago, I would have had a different answer. But now, I don't. To me, it doesn't seem like it's very fun to be to be a programmer or developer right now. You're just basically turning into an agent wrangler in a lot of companies. It seems like a very boring way to spend one's time, in my opinion. You started your career degree before AI took off. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're more on the IT side, which I still think has a lot of it, right? You're working in the IT side of things. I still feel like that's a very interesting line of work. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's still some sweet spots out there, right? You just got to find the right company, the right environment. But yeah, now, I mean, I think if you'd asked me 2 years ago, I would have told you, yeah, I ultimately want to be a developer at the company I work for. But now I'm perfectly fine just being on the QA side and sticking it out there on the QA side of things for the time being, and just doing all my own personal projects and side projects and stuff. I feel like writing code or building your own stuff is way more fun than building things for other people on deadlines and being told how to do it and with what tools to do it. Well, aviation software would be cool. Yeah, that'd be very cool. Very cool. Yeah, you're busy, Kale. Doing full-time work and part-time work. You're a busy dude. Love your content, man. You have your feet on the ground about IT in general. Feels good to not have FOMO on everything every day about. Yeah. I think I probably have a different view just because I didn't I didn't go to school for I didn't go to school planning on working in technology. I live in the Midwest. I'm older. I'm like 33. I have a family. I have young kids. Like, I think that probably helps me have a different experience. I worked in a completely different industry for 5-6 years, you know. But I mean, I feel for people that are like, there's a very loud group of people who are in the kind of tech, the online tech sphere, who live in a very small bubble of the world. And I don't think they ever get outside of it, you know, which I think is unfortunate, because I think they have a very distorted, a distorted view of how the world really actually is for the average person, you know. Stephen might be the only YouTuber who deserves to blow up with the way things are. I don't know if I want to blow up. I don't know if I want to blow up. I'm fine just with being over here in my very quiet corner of the internet. Everyone else is either drama or AI slop. There's drama, man. Did you guys see all that Zig and Bun drama? That was hilarious. The amount of the amount of feelings that a bunch of nerds had on the internet about what two other nerds wrote about each other was just like, you guys really need to go touch some grass. Like, come on. It's like, chill the fuck out, you know? There's people dying of cancer and kids starving around the world, and that YouTuber Theo, his video about it, he was just like, I mean, he was so angry, and I was just like, oh my god, dude, chill the fuck out. Like, yeah, they are the loudest indeed. Drama, reporting channels. Yeah. Yeah, the AI, I don't know, the AI slop isn't that's what I'm kind of sad about it, because over the last 6 years, there are several YouTube channels that have really helped me a lot, like educated me, helped me figure things out. And now with the rise of AI, almost all the channels have pivoted towards just only talking about models, agentic workflows, or AI tools. Like Web Dev Simplified. I mean, he's kind of on the cusp. He's in Nebraska, actually. Like, I think like his content is sort of, he's trying to stay relevant by making content that's about AI, right? Like, so I think he's trying to do a good job of straddling the line, but like, just tons of a lot of his latest stuff is about stuff related to AI, and Web Dev Cody has kind of gone that way too, which is fine. I mean, I think it's great for if they're really into that stuff, go for it. Even Nick Chops' latest video was about his channel becoming more focused on agentic or AI related workflows. This one. So it kind of bums me out, but I know eventually the pendulum will swing back away from it, you know? That's a great point, Kono. Watching conference talks, that's a great point. The conference talks I watch the most on YouTube are NDC conference talks. Brad from Traversing Media is the GOAT. Yeah. He is the GOAT. I once saw a video about coding on a Chromebook, revisited that guy. He's now making full AI content. Yeah, I mean, and I get it. I'm not trying to throw shade at anybody. It just bums me out because it's not really the content I'm interested in, you know? And so Yeah, it just bums me out. It's not that I have anything against them. A lot of those people make their living from YouTube, and so they have to, they have to find a way to stay relevant with the algorithm. And a lot of engineers and a lot of tech people they're fearful and they want to make sure they're staying relevant, and they're being told that, hey, you need to figure this out or you're going to get left behind. And so I get it. I empathize totally, just from a selfish perspective. Go back to the old content. Chronically online tech crowd doesn't realize how little everyday people care about these things. Average tech guys just say and move on with their day. Yeah, 100% Cyberlanka. People just don't, and that's why like a lot of the AI hype, I just kind of shake my head at, because I'm like, even personally, like the only parts of my life that AI has actually entered into is really two, and it's using AI to code or using AI in place of search. Those are kind of like the two big changes, but it hasn't it hasn't made my life exponentially better. I don't make exponentially more
Did
money
we just
now.
become best
Like
friends?
fun in software. Thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate that. So it's, I don't really see it. So I just kind of like, okay, sounds good. And I just watch the stock market go up, and I see my net worth go up, and I say, great, 19 more years till I can retire. I really like Strange Loop Talks. I've never heard of that. Strange Loop Talks. My girlfriend is a great reality check. Yeah, I always say that about my mom. My mom is a very smart, capable person, but she's what I would consider kind of the more normal, everyday person when it comes to technology, right? And if I don't hear my mom like talking about something, I have a hard time believing it's reached anywhere near a peak mass of adoption. Strange loop comment. I've never heard of this. Oh, there, it's in St. Louis. That's not far from me at all. I might. Oh, they stopped, huh? Wonder why they stopped the conference. If you'd like to learn more, watch the retrospective talk about the conference in 2023 at the final event. Oh, that's too bad. There's another developer conference in St. Louis that I'd like to go to one year, because it's not far. It'd be like a 4-hour road trip, I think, for me to get there from where I'm at. There's a what is it? Dev Talks or Dev. There's some developer conference. Developer conference, St. Louis. I forgot the name of it. Is it DevUp? Maybe that's it. I don't know. I can't remember. But now, I mean, the thing is, though, so much of the conference talks now are AI related. I just went to DevOps Days here in Kansas City, DevOps Days, and a lot of that was AI talks. This one was in May, and a lot of it was talking about AI and how to use it, and I'm going to the what is it, KCDC, the Kansas City Developer Conference, and I'm guessing a lot of these are going to be AI first engineering with spec-driven development. Build your own AI news agent. Build your own voice AI. Build your own coding agent. It's probably going to be hard to find talk tracks that don't talk about AI this year. Agentic DevOps. Just goes on and on, man. I couldn't chat with you on Twitch. Oh yeah, I have a thing on Twitch that's I think it's a 10-minute delay. On YouTube, it's a 5-minute delay. I wanted to say AI as a search tool in place of Stack Overflow has been huge for me, my everyday work. Yeah, I mean, it's been great for that. But I mean, again, it's like, for as much as people say AI is going to make our lives, orders of magnitude better, I can get answers quicker and I can write code faster. You know? And the second one only matters because I like to do development or I like to build stuff. And even then it doesn't matter all the time because sometimes I like to write the code. So I don't get it. Not trying to trash any YouTubers, but the Coding Jesus is very controversial during AI boom. Yeah, Coding Jesus is one that my first exposure to him as a YouTuber was through TikTok clips. And all of the clips kind of initially put me off to him. But I've been following his YouTube channel now and watching some of his longer form content. And he's kind of grown on me a little bit, He's still... I don't think his delivery is always for everybody, but I think he means well. Like I think what he wants is he wants to try to promote a certain type of software engineering in a certain domain in a certain discipline, and he has certain, I think, whether or not you agree with him, he has certain like standards and expectations and stuff. And that's fine, to each his own. But yeah, initially I was just kind of like, man, this guy seems like an asshole. But now that I've watched some of his longer form content, he's grown on me a bit. Shimito, quick question. Is there any programming language that was created only for AI? If not, that will be soon. I don't know if there is. I'm sure there's something out there somebody's cooking on or trying to promote, but nothing that I know of. I think the problem with that, Shimito, is just, AI benefits from a large corpus of it pre-existing data. So you'd basically, if you came up with a programming language that was specifically designed for LLMs, you'd have to generate a whole heck of a lot of it to be able to train the AI on it. Sorry, I kind of fell behind in chat. Do people actually want to hear about AI this much? I don't know if they do. I think this is. I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but I do think there's something going on in the software engineering world right now where externally a lot of people are acting very pro AI, while in their private lives they're maybe not as pro AI. And I think part of that is because there's just a big concern about staying employed and keeping a job, and the market dynamics are sort of pushing everybody that way. And so just out of a necessity to survive, right? I think that's where it's coming from. That's my kind of very small world intuition of what's happening. I'm not a fan of CJ. Some things he says about C++ and low latency devs don't really make a lot of sense. Well, I'd take your word for it. You've got way more experience than me. I feel like his longer form content still mostly just amounts to bullying viewers rather than being helpful. He does. I mean, I don't know if he's trying to actually bully people. I don't know if it's bullying. I think he just has different standards and expectations, and whether those are good or bad, he kind of projects them onto others, and so he grades everybody against his own defined standards and projections. I don't know. Like I said, initially my take on him was, man, this guy's a douchebag, and now after watching it, I'm kind of like, I think he's just like a super opinionated individual who's very self-assured. It is gatekeepy. It for sure is gatekeepy, Kale. I 100% agree with that. And public humiliation is never really a great thing. Um, gatekeeping versus elitism. Now we're getting into some philosophical things. I also think his standards are unrealistic to what real C++ interviews look like. Okay, that's interesting. I've never had to do any kind of C++ interviews, so I don't know what they're really like. He's super opinionated, but sometimes he's really wrong and still extremely confident. Yeah, that's not a good thing to be. Yeah, my favorite Mark Twain quote is it's not what you know that gets you into trouble, it's what you know that just isn't so that gets you into trouble. That's like, yeah, it's not good to be. It's better to have strong opinions loosely held, right? Be open to learning and changing your opinions. CJ shouldn't be so arrogant. He gets a lot of stuff wrong himself. I think he's a backend dev for a trading firm, but not actually quant. Yeah, I'm not sure. I watched a video where he talked about kind of his trajectory, but he didn't go to school for. He went to school for like business, I think, and then got into programming and coding after he got out of college, and then he went to work for like something in the finance industry, and now he doesn't even do that anymore. Now he is a YouTuber and does he has like a platform, like Elite Code like platform, but oriented towards the style of development he did professionally, I think, or helping people get into that style of development. I watch a bit of his content, and he gets his cracked candidates to work for him and tweak his platform. Just seems a bit like free work. Interesting. I didn't know that was going on. That does seem, yeah, free for taking it. I think there's a lot of that going on though in software development. I saw it a lot in personal training. I saw the same thing. I think a lot of people figure out. I mean, I don't want to throw shade at boot.dev because I'm doing it, and I don't want to throw shade at Lane Wagner or anybody really who's doing this type of business. But I saw this a lot in personal training too, where the work of being a developer and the amount of money you can make being a developer is so the work of being a developer is more, and the pay you can get by being a developer is less than teaching other people how to be developers. And I think I see the same thing in personal training, where a lot of coaches start out loving personal training, and then they realize how hard it is and how much work it is and how much effort it is. And then they realize that there's this whole group of people who are aspiring to do it. And it's much easier to just go teach others how to be coaches than to be coaches themselves. And I think that happens in software development. Or I see that same thing in software development, where
Did we just become best friends?
it's much more about developers teaching other developers how to be developers than themselves working as developers. Which is it's a little shady, but it's like why I say it's shady is because I kind of feel like you're sort of preying on the aspirations of others, basically. But it's a free world, so people can do what they want. You see the same pattern in trading. Lots of traders are successful by selling courses and not actually trading. Yeah, exactly. And you see the same thing in business too, right? Business coaches, people who have like the secret playbooks or the secret business models that can make you all this money. And it's like, well, if you were so great at it, why don't you just go build a business? You know? And the reason is because a business of teaching other people how to build businesses is much more profitable and way less work than building a business yourself. Same thing with personal training, same thing with software engineering. It's the same diff. Boss Gans, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate that. Sorry, I missed the alert. Kono, I'm in the same space he worked in. I really do feel like sometimes he just lies to give the image of exclusivity and difficulty. Oh, interesting. So Kono, you're way closer. You're way closer to it all than I am. I'm just an outside. I'm just a random dad in Kansas who has no experience in C++, high performance programming, or any of that stuff, financial related stuff. So you would know. You would be a better judge than I would be. Personal trading to finance bro pipeline is real. Yeah, it's all. I mean, the thing is I kind of. I always when I point stuff like this out, I always kind of feel a little bit like a loser because I'm kind of over here saying like, oh, well, you're just making money by preying on the aspirations of others, and it's like, yeah, but they're also making way more money than me. So, what like, what do I know? I'm over here singing for my supper, and they're making probably millions of dollars a year running these businesses, promising people that one day you too can become XYZ. I mean, there's obviously a moral like thing to that, but at the end of the day, I wouldn't mind having some millions myself. Okay, my bad. Didn't mean to flame this dude. No, you're not flaming anybody. I brought up Coding Jesus before in the past on my streams. I mean, I think I've called him an asshole before on stream. So you're not flaming anybody. Miss, you unfortunately have a lot of integrity, and we live in a society that doesn't reward integrity. Yeah, isn't that the truth? Yeah, we do not. It's not a highly valued thing. We say it is, though. That's the thing that's always bugged me a little bit about the world, because there's this delta between the things we say we value and the things we really value, right? And it's always bugged me. But at the end of the day, it's like those people that maybe are a little bit lower of integrity or maybe have a little less conscious, they continue to do better than me. And nobody gives a shit if you have high integrity and you're poor, Nobody's coming to pay your bills. Nobody's showing up and handing you money and saying, thank you so much for sticking to your principles. Which that's a rough reality to make peace with in a lot of ways, especially as somebody who's raising two young men, and I want them to be successful, and I want them to be economically viable and all that, and but I also want them to be good people. It's tough. Yeah, they really don't. They really don't, Kale. They really don't, and that's a sad reality of life. You can't eat your principles. There's a scene in I've never connected so much. There's this scene in the movie The Patriot. I don't know if you guys know that movie. It's an American Revolutionary War movie. But there's this scene where like they're in some big room and there's this assembly, and like at one point the main character's son questions why the main character won't basically vote for going to war, essentially, or like support going to war with Britain. And Mel Gibson stands up and says something to the effect of like, I think he says something to the effect of like, I'm a father, I haven't got the luxury of principles. And unfortunately, like that is kind of the truth. Like, to be fair, I've seen the Finance Bro pipeline, and they are usually killing it for about 2 to 5 years. Then they lose appeal, and they get desperate to stay relevant. Nice. Yeah, integrity is durable, but does integrity pay? That's the question. And in the United States of America, does it pay is a really important question. You know? Somehow we've fallen off programming and coding altogether. We've gone down a very deep, dark philosophical rabbit hole. No integrity, fired me due to budget after 5 years. Yeah. I mean, I see it in my own career. Like I see people who don't do good work but are very performative, and they continue to be rewarded. You know, I see that in places I've worked, you know, in jobs and businesses, and I've seen it now in multiple different businesses and multiple different industries. You know, and the people who rise, in my experience, are very rarely high integrity, high character people. They tend to be people who are just, they're very performative. They're very good at talking. They're very good at making people feel enthusiastic and hopeful, and even if what they're selling or even if what they're promoting isn't real. You know, I mean, I think you see this right now playing out on the macro scale, right? Look at Dario Amodei, look at Sam Altman, look at these guys who are soaking up so much wealth and so much political capital and so much, by any definition, value. And I don't think they're the highest integrity, most morally centered human beings, you know? And so in my opinion, it's very difficult because you feel pulled in opposite directions. Yep. I call them bullshitters. That's what I call them in a very low intelligence Midwestern I don't know, vocabulary. I just refer to them as they're the bullshitters. The bullshitters rise, unfortunately. Even I talked about this on another stream. Even like Jensen Huang, apparently that guy's kind of an asshole. Steve Jobs, kind of an asshole. You know, like these like idolized men, kind of jerks, not very nice people. Those people are only useful as long as the same management stays. They usually don't survive restructuring. I guess that's big. I guess that's big company. Oh, really? I didn't know that. That's news to me, Kale. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I didn't know that. All right, what are we talking about here? The stack. We're talking about the stack now. All right, remember how I told you that memory is basically a giant array of bytes with addresses at various offsets? That's true, but it also has some additional structure. In particular, memory is divided into two main regions, the stack and the heap. We'll cover the heap later. The stack is where local variables are stored. When a function is called, a new stack frame is created in memory to store the function's parameters and local variables. When the function returns, its entire stack frame is deallocated. Excuse me. The stack is aptly named. It is a stack, last in, first out, of memory frames. Each time a function is called, a new frame is pushed onto the stack. When the function returns, its frame is popped off the stack. Take a look at this example. Say we call create typist before the call, and our stack memory might look like this, with the next memory address to be used. Okay, hold on. Say we call create typist. Lower addresses, higher addresses. Okay. Once called, the stack pointer is moved to make room for the return address to pick up execution after the function returns, arguments to the function, and local variables in the function body. So this is the stack frame. and the local variables are stored in the stack frame. So 150 and the character array, okay. When the function returns, the stack frame is deallocated by resetting the stack pointer to where the frame began. Okay. Run the code in its current state. See how with each successive nested function call, the memory address allocate more and more space. Okay. Stack pointer offset 0 bytes. Stack pointer offset 16 bytes, 32 bytes. Okay. Update where print message 2 and print message 3 are called from so that all three of the functions use the same stack space. Print message. So if I move this here, and I move this here, I think I did the right thing. Oh, now it's 0 bytes, 0 bytes, 0 bytes. Oh, because at the start of the function call, we allocate the stack frame, the function returns, we deallocate. So there's basically... Interesting, okay. Have a good sleep, Kale. Thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate it. Good luck with your jellyfin. Have a good day, man. Let's see, allocated memory on the stack is preferred when possible because the stack is faster and simpler than the heap, which we'll get to. Be patient. Efficient pointer management. Stack allocation is just a quick increment or decrement of the stack pointer, which is extremely fast. Heap allocations require more complex bookkeeping. Wonderful. Stack memory is stored in a contiguous block, enhancing cache performance due to spatial locality. Related values live next to each other in memory, so the CPU can load and access them more quickly. Stack memory is managed automatically as functions are called and as they return. Each thread has its own stack, so heap allocations require synchronization mechanisms when used concurrently, potentially introducing overhead. One reason Go programs are efficient is that Go uses stack allocation for variables when possible. Much like C, the Go compiler performs escape analysis to determine whether a variable can be allocated on the stack. On the other hand, languages like Python allocate most objects on the heap, which can impact performance. On the stack. It's more performant to store variables on ticker tape, obviously. Heads up, Boskins. Hi, which course are you doing? Is it memory management C? Yes, I'm doing memory management in C currently. Yep. I'm slowly making my way through it. I think I'm about halfway through right now. I think I'm 50, let's see, where am I? 57, less than 57, so about halfway through. I got a little sidetracked there. I was hoping to make more progress this morning, but we got into some 20 minutes there of conversation. I need to go very slowly. I've been on the struggle bus, man. For the C has been a much. I find maybe it's the way I'm learning it, but I found learning Rust easier than so far learning C. Okay, fix the pool size so that it allocates exactly 10 kibibytes. A single kibibyte is 10 24 bytes. So what we're allocating an order of magnitude more than we need. There we go. I got tilted that I lost my 80% bonus from daily streak and sold all my inventory. Yeah, that's why you gotta buy these embers, right? Can you buy those? No, frozen flames. That's what you can buy. It will protect your streak. Oh dang, that sucks, dude. Yeah, that really does suck. Yeah, I would have been tilted too. Where does your frozen flames go though? I don't see them in my inventory. Let's see. With an ember in your inventory, if you are going to lose your streak on Wednesday at midnight, you lose the ember instead. Your streak with frozen flames in your inventory, if your streak expires Wednesday at midnight, you'll automatically use a frozen flame instead. It's pushed back another 4 days until Sunday at midnight. How do I see everything that's in my inventory? I'm on an 18-day streak. It's pretty good. Now I'm not giving attention to it anymore. I'm against leveling. Yeah, I wanna reach the Archmage. I want my damn coin. I want my letter in the mail. To run the code in its current state, you should see something weird. Why don't the X and Y values match the ones passed on lines 20 and 22? Oh, 20 to 22. So run. Why don't they match? Good question. Why don't they match? Because we're returning a pointer to the same struct every time. So every time we call new chord, we're actually just mutating the same struct. Because we're accessing stack memory, the pointer called on line 16 outside the... Oh, okay. Interesting. It's no longer safe to use. Fix the new chord function so that it returns a struct, not a pointer to a struct. This will force the compiler to copy the struct to the main function stack frame, and the memory will be safe to use. You'll have to update the syntax in a few places to accommodate the change. So we don't want to return a pointer. Let's get rid of that. Don't want that. This is going to be actually a coordinate. And this would be an actual instance, not a pointer. Or I guess we could do this, right? That'll work. I think that'll work. But we could have also done this, right? We could have left those alone and just taken pointers to those. Depending, I guess, depending on what you wanted to do, right? Oh, that won't work. Cannot take the address of an R value of type core. Why doesn't that work? I don't know. Why doesn't that work? Cache 3 null. What program are you using to train? I'm using it's called boot.dev. I'll just put it in the chat. This guy. Boot.dev. It's good. Yeah, it's a good course. Good platform. C is pretty cool. I'm enjoying learning it. Really? So far I'm kind of on the fence. I once studied C for a contest in year 9. I didn't mean to join. I think I've forgotten most of that by now. I think programming languages are largely kind of a use or lose it proposition in my experience. Like, if you write it a lot, you'll be very familiar with it. You'll be very fast with it. If you learn it and then you never touch it again for multiple months, when you go back to it, it takes a little bit to kind of get back up to speed. I mean, it does eventually come back, but it is very much to me like your skills with the programming language are only as sharp as how often you use it. That's kind of my experience. It's more like a decaying function. There's some sort of decay that happens when you're not using a particular language. I'm curious. Why? Let's go. GG. Copy that. Oh, interesting. So when a function returns a new value, when a function returns a structure by value, the return value is a temporary R value, which is, I guess, that's why we're getting this error right here. So you cannot safely use the address of operator on it, even if the compiler allows it to compile by creating a temporary object on the stack. That temporary object's lifetime ends immediately after the assignment line. Ah, so this is where malloc would come into play, huh? You could explicitly allocate it to the heap. Interesting. Okay. So you can't do this. So we do want to, or at least we can't do this without changing what we're doing inside this function. So we'll go back to the way we had it. Yeah, I guess we haven't even got to malloc or free, and those were the kind of the two things that I had heard the most about C when it comes to memory management. Here we go. Maybe this is where it's going to be introduced. Okay, now we're talking about the heap.
The stack and the heap aren't just abstract concepts that are applicable when writing low-level C code. In fact, they are useful even if you're having a bad day. And
actually, hold on. I'm gonna get some more coffee. Playback speed. I didn't want to go faster. I want to go normal. Right back. I'm just gonna grab some coffee.
Sunburns. What makes people go to war? But she told me not to talk to her. Well, I think because she's it's her. Especially, I think she told me to subscribe, comment, that's why she said. Well, I also I do not know. Like that really funny. Because she's something she's like Sweet House is not issues too. This too, she's not too much about it. I don't know. Yeah, it's like those things. So I think that's why I want to cover. Yeah. Still Sweet Tails is actually for Sweet Tails uses that's a part of yes. I think she's thinking about she's got a bunch of friends.
Alright. Got the coffee reloaded. I don't know how much longer I got in me, maybe another half hour. We'll see. I would love to finish this today.
The stack is simpler and faster,
I don't think that's going to happen.
More limited. And the heap is slower and a bit more complex to work with, particularly in languages where we manage our own memory, but it does allow us to create more sophisticated and complicated data structures. Let's first start with talking about the stack. An important thing to remember as we work through this in C is that C always needs to know how large some piece of data is and where to put that data. So when we look at a function like this, for example, create typist, we have some input variables, which we usually call arguments. For example, uses envim. We also have the words per minute and a character array for a name. C needs to know where to put all of these so that it can access them later. Remember, everything in C is about having some sort of name, an address, and then a value.
Oh.
The C compiler knows
I came back from coffee. I forgot to switch my camera.
And it does not need to dynamically allocate any of them. So they'll all be placed onto the stack. And in this case, and roughly in C, you can think about getting a new stack frame every time you call a function. So when we call create typist, we're going to create a new stack frame. This means we're going to have a return address and the new stack pointer. The return address tells us where we're going to go once we're done with this function. So after everything's completed executed, we'll move the stack pointer back to this spot. Then later, remember, everything in C is about having some sort of name, an address, and then a value. The C compiler knows how large each of the different data types are, and it does not need to dynamically allocate any of them. So they'll all be placed onto the stack. And in this case, and roughly in C, you can think about getting a new stack frame every time you call a function. So when we call create typist, we're going to create a new stack frame. This means we're going to have a return address and the new stack pointer. The return address tells us where we're going to go once we're done with this function. So after everything's completed executed, we'll move the stack pointer back to this spot in memory. The stack pointer tells C where we currently are in case we have another function call and we need to create a new stack frame. The first thing that's going to be put into the stack frame are any arguments to the function. In this case, we just have one argument, uses envim, and so that will be copied into this stack frame. Very important when we're thinking about function arguments to remember that they're getting copied. The second thing that's going to be put into the stack frame is the int that is inside of that function scope, which is words per minute. And then lastly, we have to reserve space for each of the characters of the array, and so we have the TEEJ characters stored in that stack. Once this function returns, then we will move the stack pointer back to the return address, effectively freeing all of that memory to be used again later if we have another function call. Now compare this with the heap. Instead of being this static array of memory that we sort of push and pop off the top of, the heap is much slower because we need to dynamically allocate this memory and grab new.
That was a cool visualization.
Operating system, as well as a bit more complex because this memory and grab new resources.
Whoever the editor was there did a good job.
Dynamically allocate this memory and grab new resources from the operating system, as well as a bit more complex because it is possible to forget to free that memory, at least in languages like C, which would lead us to memory leaks and possibly running out of memory completely on the computer. You're probably wondering, why would we ever want to use it? It's slower, more complicated, and can lead to memory leaks. We are going to use the heap because sometimes we don't know the size ahead of time of the different objects that we're going to use. Now, consider the scenario where you have a list of users. For a lot of you, you may know ahead of time that that list will always be empty. But for some cool people like Lane, I will admit he does have a few users. They may have to dynamically allocate
A million. He has over a
all
million
of the
users.
who haven't logged in the last 3 months. Because we don't know that number ahead of time, we may need to dynamically allocate and continue to expand a region to store those users' data as we get more and more users to put in the list. So generally speaking, what you should be thinking is the stack is for things that we can know ahead of time and that only need to exist within one function. And the heap are for things either that we don't know the size ahead of time or that we need to return back outside of the function that may have some allocations.
I'm interested in how in C you communicate whether something has been allocated and returned to you and now you're responsible for freeing it. That's probably, like in C# we have this concept of the iDisposable where you can basically just, I can declare iDisposable on something and let somebody know, hey, this thing has resources that need to be cleaned up, and all you have to do is either call dispose explicitly or you can use a using keyword and we'll take care of disposing of that for you. I'm curious how, I know that's not exactly the same thing that we're talking about, but I'm curious how C does that. Like if they just do it with comments or if there's some... Okay, the heap as opposed to the stack is a pool of long-lived memory shared across the entire program. Stack memory is automatically allocated and deallocated as functions are called and returned, but heap memory is allocated and deallocated as needed, independent of the burdensome shackles of function calls. When you need to store data that outlives the function... Sorry, turn my music down a little bit. When you need to store data that outlives the function that it created, you send it to the heap. The heap is called dynamic memory because it's allocated and deallocated as memory, or as needed. Take a look at new int array. Okay, so this is a pointer, an integer pointer, because it points to the first index of this array that we're allocating. So we have malloc, and then the size that we want to, the size of the array we want, and the size of the type that is going to be in the array. And then we return the new array. Because the size of the array isn't known at compile time, we can't put it on the stack. Instead, we allocate memory on the heap using the standard lib.h. It takes a number of bytes to allocate as an argument and returns a pointer to the allocated memory. A void pointer that is automatically converted to an int pointer when assigned. Here's a diagram of what happened in memory. Okay, why does it point to this? Maybe that's not what it's saying. Maybe it's not saying that it's pointing to the first element. It's saying it's just pointing to this space of memory. Hey, what's up, Waves Coder? Nice to see you. How goes the waves and how goes the coding? What's the story behind that profile? Waves Coder, huh? I like it. It's a good profile name. It's much more creative and original than just using your real name. I used to get so much shit from people I played video games with because my gamer tag is so vanilla. It's just my name. Everybody else has cool. I think if I was to pick a gamer tag name now, I would probably pick Baba Yaga, the John Wick nickname. I think that would be a cool gamer tag name. Baba Yaga, yeah, that would be a good. I'm sure other people have already done that, but I feel like that'd be a pretty cool gamer tag name. All right, the new array function size argument is just an integer. It's pushed onto the stack, assuming size is 6. When malloc is called, we're given enough memory to store 6 integers on the heap, and we're given the address of the start of that newly allocated memory. We stored in a new local variable called new array. The address is stored on the stack, but the data it points to is in the heap. Let's look at some code that uses new int array. Sounds good. So the data is stored in the heap. 69, 42, 420, 13, 37, 7, 0. When you're done with the memory, we need to manually deallocate it using the standard lib.h's free function. So that's the question, like how would you, I guess you know because you were given a pointer. So because the function returned a pointer, that basically means now you're responsible for freeing that. The free function returns, deallocates that memory for use elsewhere. It's important to note that the pointer of array 6 still exists, but shouldn't be used. It's a dangling pointer, pointing to deallocated memory. Ooh, dangling pointer. That came up in when I was learning Rust. I had one query recently, write an engine that produced some signal at undefined interval, and before producing signal, if went to go some states, now I want to ship those state, and that too in real time. And also, I want all user to see the same state. Huh, interesting. Write an engine that produced some signal at undefined interval, before producing signal, if went to go to some state, now I want to ship those state. Huh, interesting. Sounds like an interesting project. I hope you had fun building it. What's up, Daniel? Oh, you're a honey badger, huh? Yo, been a while. It's me, as Techman or Chill Gamer. I don't remember when I last watched your live stream. It's been a while. Why do you have so many different YouTube handles? I was just talking to my wife about that. I was just talking to my wife that that's a piece of internet culture that I've never really understood, is like the way people use the internet behind like this kind of anonymous facade of profiles, and I've never understood that personally. Most YouTubers do it? Huh. Interesting. Why though? I don't understand. What's the goal of it? Is it just like, to me it's always seemed weird that you want to be on a public forum but you don't want to be known for, I don't know, I don't understand. I've never understood the, my wife was talking to me about maybe it's a safety concern, which that makes sense, but from a lot of perspectives, I'm like, well, you're trying to do something publicly and you're trying to get you're trying to kind of you're trying to accumulate some amount of notoriety or popularity, but you don't really want people to, but you want it to be popularity or notoriety around some fictitious entity, which is, I mean, I guess that's one way to do it. Also, being private on YouTube, Google, and all, really? Wagafa? What do you mean, Wagafa? Sorry, I don't understand. Yeah, I mean, I understand the need, like, for privacy. I understand the need for personal safety, right? But I don't know. I guess to me, it's almost like participation in these internet things, sort of by definition, mean you're sort of giving those things up in a lot of ways. Maybe not personal safety, but definitely privacy in a lot of ways. You're giving it up. But I guess I just never understand the idea of having like different personas, you know, like having an online persona and an offline persona. Like, why not just be you? You know? My wife is saying I don't understand. Yeah, and that is fair. My wife was talking to me about the anonymity thing being particularly uh, particularly important for people who might have real concern to be prosecuted or persecuted in some way. She said, "Spoken like a white cis man." This is this is true. It is true. I mean, I'm definitely not. I'm not trying to judge. Just more of inquisitive. You know, curiosity. The inquisitive part of me wants to understand. The white cis man that got a laugh, didn't it? Yeah, I was telling her earlier she should be the streamer. She'd probably be very popular. She's got a great personality. Okay, run the get full greeting function in its current state. If you take a look at main.c file, you'll notice that it's testing to ensure that a pointer to stack memory isn't returned, which you never should do because it's undefined behavior. You should ensure that a pointer to stack memory isn't returned. So you should never return a pointer to stack memory. Fix the get full greeting function so that it allocates memory on the heap and returns a pointer to that memory. Use the provided size parameter to allocate enough space for the resulting string. Be sure to account for the size of each char. Use smprintf to write the formatted output to a buffer. Remember to pass in the size rather than the hard-coded 100. Okay. I'm frustrated with my username because it's the one I'm most happy with, but it got taken on some platforms. Coughs, GitHub. I guess you just have to pick a new one. Or I guess use the username you want, but like add special characters before or after, or numbers before or after. Alexander, what's up? Good morning. Made some coffee and the algorithm served me this. Cheers. Nice. Very cool. Well, welcome. Yes. Sounds like you found yourself in a good place. I'm currently drinking coffee and trying to learn C. Actually, the meta goal is to become an Archmage on boot.dev, but currently I'm trying to learn C so I can get to the Archmage status. I've never written any C before, so I'm a noob. All right, so we have to allocate some memory. Let's allocate us some memory. So what we actually want is we want a pointer, right? So we want a pointer to some memory. And what do we want? We want malloc, and we want the size that they pass in times the size, times the size of int, or char in this case. Okay. And what is the signature of SNPF? So write formatted output to size buffer. Composes a string with the same text that would be printed if format was used on printf. Okay. So S, pointer to a buffer where the resulting C string is stored. So that should point to that guy, which it does. That's a pointer. And then in maximum number of bytes to be used in the buffer. The generated string has a length of at most n minus 1, leaving space for the additional terminating null character. And then we have to return the full greeting. So I think I did it right. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh no, what have I done? Oh, it's because damn it. I forgot to remove the hard-coded. There we go. Success! I had 3 years to think of it, but you're right. Yeah, just, do something crazy. Waves Coder, can you help me with my query? I don't really understand your requirements, Waves Coder. Maybe you could... I don't know. Are you an English speaker? Just reading through your question, it doesn't seem like maybe English is your first language. So maybe you could try to pose it in native language and maybe Google Translate it or something. I don't quite understand what you're articulating. Even the idea of write a engine that produce some signal. I don't really get it. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not tracking. I ran out of armors being in the middle of DSA. Did you really? Yeah, that would suck. I feel like DSA and learning C might be the places where you need your armor the most. I have a lot of gems stored up. I have 174 gems. So I could buy a lot of armor. I've not used any seer stones. I don't think I've used any of those. I've just been storing them up. I feel like my inventory is pretty stacked right now. 5 minutes and no AI mentioned. I'm in the right place. Yeah, we have some feelings about AI around these parts. We're not. I'm not, and I have all kinds of individuals in my chat. I'm not anti-AI. I'm kind of over here just trying to avoid it all. I'm just kind of bored with it, tired of it, tired of talking about it. But you're always welcome. If you ever get tired of AI, you're always welcome to come hang out in our streams. The more the merrier. Okay, this new memory is uninitialized, which means it contains whatever data was previously at that location. It is the programmer's responsibility to ensure that the allocated memory is properly initialized and eventually freed using free to avoid memory leaks. Hey, what's up, average person? Nice to see you again. Thanks for stopping by. Excuse me. Nice to have Figma's CEO stream on the weekend, low-key. Who's Figma? What? Figma CEO streams? Oh, are you just saying I look like him? Is that what you're saying? The person I get compared to the most is Coding with Lewis. What's his name? Dylan Field? Is that what you're saying? Yes. I guess I could see the resemblance. This one, I definitely kind of see it in the face. That's funny. I get compared to this guy a lot. A lot of people. There's actually people who have told me, you know, in prior streams, they say they're like, I subscribed to you because I thought you were coding with Lewis, which I think is hilarious. Yeah, I kind of see it. I mean, I see it in the eyebrows and a little bit in the eyes. It's funny. But yeah, you can pretend I'm the Figma CEO. I wish I had Figma CEO money. That's what I really wish. Alright, so if you want to make sure that the memory is properly initialized, you can use the calloc, I don't know how you say that, which allocates the specified number of bytes of memory on the heap and returns a pointer to the allocated memory. This memory is initialized to 0, meaning it contains all zeros. Okay. Oh, so it returns null if it fails. So you've always got to do a null check. Why would memory allocations fail? You've just run out of memory? Is that why it would fail? See, the idea of manually calling malloc and free is what puts the manual in manually managing memory. The programmer must remember to eventually free the allocated memory using free and the pointer to avoid memory leaks. Otherwise, that allocated memory is never returned to the operating system for use by other programs until the program exits, at which point the operating system will clean up after it. But that's not ideal. Manually managing memory can be error-prone and tedious, but languages that automatically manage memory have their own trade-offs, usually in terms of performance. Let's see, we're working on some of the dynamic memory management tooling that will eventually need to build a garbage collector for snakeling. Oh, that'll be cool. Complete the allocate scalar array function. It should accept size and multiplier parameters and should allocate an array of size integers on the heap. Okay, that's what we'll say. We'll call this int pointer array equals malloc, and we take the size times the size of int. Accept size and multiplier parameters and should allocate an array of size integers on the heap. Then we should check if array. I don't know. So can you declare this like this? Is that valid? C? Can you put the star next to the type? Because that to me is better. In C, when declaring a pointer type, can you put the star next to the type? I guess I could just run the application and see. Chucks are fragmented in RAM, so you can still have memory in theory available, but not enough sequential space to allocate one. So that would be a case where malloc would fail, is what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. This is less confusing when you write it that way, but I guess I'll stick with the way they seem to be teaching us. Yeah, I kind of prefer it on the left, but I'll stick with. So if array equals null, I guess I'll just do what they did up above here. Hey, what's up, Gun Highs? Wait. Is it short or is it a real live stream? No, it's a stream, man. I'm here. I'm here. My stream schedule's been a little all over the place, but I'm here. Gracefully return null. Oh. Return null. I mean, I guess we could just return the array, right? I mean, either or. It doesn't really matter, does it? Initialize each element in the array to the index times the multiplier. So we can do 4. So for int I equals 0, while I is less than what? Size? And then I increments. Or I guess we could do it with a while loop, can't we? Let's try with the while loop, see if I can understand pointer arithmetic. So we could do I equals 0, and while I is less than size, we just increment the array, and we set an array at I equal to I times the multiplier. Do that and return it. Damn semicolons. Ugh. Freaking Python, man, it screwed me with the... Alright. I broke something. Heap overflow. Okay, so why doesn't this work? Okay, let me try the other way. Let me comment this out just real quick. Because I'd like to try to figure out how to get that to work. Just comment this out real quick. I will just try a traditional for loop real quick. For int I equals 0. I is less than size. I plus plus. And we say array at I equals I times multiplier. Okay, so why, okay, can you tell me why my commented out approach results in a stack overflow? Add it with the malloc. Wrote my first C today as well. Nice, dude. Very cool. Yeah, I finally got to the point with we're talking about malloc. If you consider this line inside the loop, you're incrementing the pointer itself, not indexing into it. So each iteration array points to a new memory address. So int further along. A few questions to think of. Oh. Ew, that's interesting. So I could actually get it to work if I do just your old standard. So I don't actually need to move. I don't actually need to move it. Or I actually don't want to move it because that's going to cause an issue for the person who receives it. Oh, oops. I didn't mean to remove that. Oh, I'm not incrementing I. Gosh, damn semicolons. Yeah, I tried to get too fancy there. Now you're stuck here until he gets lunch. No, I don't. It is actually time for lunch. I'm actually kind of hungry. I started at 9:30, I think, so I've been streaming for quite a while. Almost 3 hours. Man, it feels long. It feels like I've been here longer than that. Okay, I'll make it an even 4 hours then and call it. You can also check with a while loop until the null terminator. You have to be careful what you increase in C. Dude, I don't know if I'll ever be a real C programmer. I do want to build for the personal project. I do want to build it in C. So I've been trying to come up with some idea to build with it to build. Right now, the idea I have on the table is like a sound visualizer. I think would be kind of cool. You know, but I don't really know how to do that. And I don't really want to. I don't really want to just like have an LLM spit out the answer for me. You know, so. But I think that would probably take a long time to figure out on my own without using a large language model. So I don't know. We'll see. I'll see if I come up with a different idea. Okay, the free function deallocates memory that was previously allocated. Free does not change the value stored in the memory, and it doesn't even change the address stored in the pointer. Instead, it simply informs the operating system that the memory can be used again. Forgetting to call free leads to a memory leak. This means that the allocated memory remains occupied and cannot be reused, even though the program no longer needs it. Over time, if a program continues to allocate memory without freeing it, the program may run out of memory and crash. Not good. Not good. Null terminator is not guaranteed though. If you increase beyond your bounds, it may be null, but it may be any byte as well. Sounds like a real foot gun. Memory leaks are one of the most common bugs in C programs, and they can be difficult to track down because the memory is still allocated and accessible, even though it is no longer needed. Run the code in its current state. After a number of successful allocations, you should get a failure. The program is running out of memory due to a leak. Okay. See how it's calling the allocate scalar list function in a loop? Well, the lists aren't needed from loop to loop, so they should be freed at the end of each iteration. If we do that, we should be able to allocate, as many lists as we want, because we return the memory in between iterations. Fix the code by freeing the allocated list at the end of each loop. So down at the very end here, we want to free on the list. Success. Damn, I keep forgetting to activate the potions. Damn it, I've been missing out on like hours of extra XP. Oh, we're talking about Indians now. While we are on the topic of memory, it's worth knowing about Indianness. Indianness is the order in which bytes are stored in memory. The two most common formats are Big Endian and Little Endian. What a strange terminology to use. I wonder what the origin of that is. In a Big Endian system, the most significant byte is stored first, at the lowest memory address. The most significant byte is just a fancy way of saying... I'm going to put my water bottle. Someone else? Yeah. Okay, where were we? In a big Indian system, the most significant byte is stored first. At the lowest memory address, the most significant byte is just a fancy way of saying the biggest part of the number. Let's say you have the hexadecimal number. Here's how it would be stored in Big Indian. Okay? The most significant byte is stored at the lowest memory address. Little Indian. A Little Indian system, the least significant byte is stored first at the lowest memory address. This is the format used by most modern computers. Interesting. So, for the most part, you won't have to worry about Indianism when writing programs. The way data is read from memory automatically handles this, so we can spend our valuable time building e-commerce shops for the terminal instead. Indianness becomes important in certain scenarios, like networking and working with binary files. For now, just know that the most modern systems use Little Indian, and the compiler takes care of how data is stored and accessed. In a Little Indian system, how would the hexadecimal number be stored in memory? So this, the most significant, would be in a Little Indian system, it would be stored over there. Yeah. Okay, so now we know that pointers are. Now we know what pointers are. So let's learn it over again. A pointer to a pointer in C is just a pointer variable that holds the address of another pointer. Wonderful. Let's not trifle with big or little Indian. Let's just use random Indian. That's not a thing, is it?
We're now going to get into some more advanced topics for pointers. The first thing that we're going to cover is pointers. Now at first, this seems very complicated. It seems like it's going to be a big hurdle. But when we remember that pointers are just a value that is an address, right? Just like 1234 Sesame Street, that's a value, but we know that it actually is pointing to some other location. A pointer just happens to be an address that points to another address. In the following example,
No, I surely hope not.
V1 and V2. And just like we've been doing, we're going to set up a name, address, and value for each of them to help us mentally work through what's going on. The first thing is that we have V1, and we set that at some address like 4. Okay, it's our beginning address. You wouldn't want to say 0 because that would be null. So it's some address like 4. Obviously, it's going to be a big address later. We'll set that value to 1 so that we can remember V1 for value 1 is that. Do the same thing for V2. Now we're going to get to our first value. That value is checkpoint. And this is what we're going to use along the way to sort of check in to see, after we evaluate certain expressions, what values we get. So first we're going to create a pointer that points to V1. And so, of course, we're going to set that as the value 0x04, right? Because that's pointing to that address, right? So that's pointer just pointing to V1. Now, if we make a pointer, that is going to be pointing to, or sort of referencing, our original pointer. This is not as tricky as you might think. We're just saying this points to the address of pointer.
So can you have a
So
pointer?
there's no extra magic with this additional layer. We're just pointing back to that original thing. Now we have to ask ourselves, okay, when we double dereference pointer, what is the value going to be? We can use the same tricks that we've been doing before, where we trace through our addresses and eventually get back to 1. When we get 1 here, because we're going to say, aha, got a pointer, we go to pointer, we dereference pointer, go back to 1.
Yeah, a pointer.
To now point to V2, right? So its new value that's stored in memory is going to be 0x08, right? We're changing what the value of pointer is. And so now when we trace through and we sort of do our analysis, right? We're starting down here at pointer. And what we're going to do is we're referencing, we're going to trace through, and we see now that this points to whatever is in V2, which is going to be 2. So what you can see is that
One of the things I'm taking away the most from this C course is why other high level programming languages exist. That's one of my biggest takeaways.
Pointers, you should really conceptualize them, at least when we're starting, as just something that points to an address. And all of the same tricks and ideas that we were using before to think about how do we dereference and work with pointers, they're going to do the exact same thing with pointers.
Interesting. Let's see, pointers to pointers, or pointers to pointers to pointers to pointers, you get the idea, are like a treasure map or a scavenger hunt. You start at one pointer and keep following the chain of addresses until you get to the final value. It's just a chain of dereferences. So you can really do something like this. Complete the allocate int function. It accepts a pointer to an integer called pointer, and a raw value. Update the pointer that pointer points to. This is where people who probably at one point thought they wanted to be a computer programmer were lost. Update the pointer that pointer points to, so it stores the address of newly allocated memory containing value. All right, allocate memory for a single integer on the heap and save its address into a new pointer. So we do, what do we want to call it? New pointer. Okay. We need to update the pointer that pointer is pointing at to hold the newly allocated memory address. So we have to set the raw value of the integer that pointer now points to, well, that it points to through 2 address hops to the value passed in. Observe, if you take a look at test does not overwrite in main.c, you'll notice that while pointer does indeed unravel and point to the new value, the original value still exists at its spot in memory. We just don't point to it anymore. Okay, so we have to dereference it, right? To update the value. Okay, so we have a pointer of a pointer. So I'm just going to call it pointer. So we just do one dereference. And then now we say I don't know if I'm doing this right. Pointer equals new pointer. And then set the raw value of the integer that pointer set the raw value of the integer that pointer now points to. I think I'm lost. Yeah, I'm lost. I'm lost. Help me find my way back. Okay, your instinct to malloc a new int and grab a local pointer is on the right track. But there's a subtle mistake in how you're reconnecting everything. Look at these 2 lines. Okay. Ask yourself, when you write int pointer, what does pointer actually become? It becomes is it a new name for the same memory address that pointer refers to, or is it a brand new independent variable that just happens to start out holding a copy of that address? Then think about pointer equals new pointer. Imagine someone hands you a sticky note with an address written on it. You copy that address onto your own sticky note. If you scribble a new address on your sticky note, does the original sticky note change at all? No. Given that, what would you need to do differently so that the original pointer actually gets updated to the new pointer? Well, I guess you do this, right? You say pointer equals new pointer. But I feel like that's not what they want. Update the pointer that pointer is pointing at. Oh, yeah, okay. No, that is what they want. Set the raw value of the integer that pointer now points to. Okay, so I should say pointer equals new pointer. Boots is having a hard time creating a response. Hope the bot points you in the right direction. You and me both, man. Imagine debugging pointers and recursion functions. At this point, I can't imagine debugging any C program. At this point, I'm pretty convinced that if I was born in like, I don't know, if I had been born in 1960 something or 70 something or whatever, when did C come out? Basically, if I was born in a time when the only way you could write code was to use assembly or C or something really low level like that, I don't think I have the brain power to. I don't think I would have had the brain power to be a computer programmer, because I find this to me is very confusing. Okay, what did it say? Close, but check the types here. What type is pointer? It's declared as int pointer to a pointer. And what type is new pointer? That's just int, a pointer to an int. That makes sense. You're trying to assign. That's a mismatch. Your compiler should complain about it. Think back to the sticky note analogy. Pointer isn't the sticky note itself, it's the address of the sticky note. If you want to update what's written on that original sticky note, you need to first navigate to it. Okay, so, but is this valid? I guess that's what I was trying to do here. So I should be dereferencing like this. So more like this. Oh, whoops, I can't copy that way. All I can say is I'm glad C# was a thing when I came to programming. Oh, whoops. So you're basically saying I should have done. Damn, I can't even spell pointer now. I've written and said pointer so many times the word has lost all meaning. Okay, so then I would do yeah. I actually think what's happening is I'm having a very hard time grokking the written description and translating the written description to what that looks like in code. I don't know, maybe I just feel at this point I just lack the brain power at the moment to grok this. Maybe I just need to write a lot more C. Well, that gave me 2 seer stumps. Good day. Pointer points to the pointer that points. Yeah. I don't think I'll ever be a C developer, unfortunately. If I had to be a C developer, I'd probably get fired. I have to go find something else to do. Making an array of integers on the heap is pretty simple, but we can also make an array of pointers. It's quite common to do this in C, especially considering that strings are just pointers to characters. Snakelang, being a super robust programming language toolchain, needs to represent tokens, strings of text that represent Snakelang syntax. Things like if, else, def. They're represented as structs. You can see the struct in exercise H. Okay. Update the create token pointer arrays loop to allocate new space for each token on the heap. Update the create token arrays loop to allocate new space for each token on the heap. Store the address okay, so that should be in here. Store the address of the new space in the array instead of the stack address. So this should be Malik size of token T. Copy the members of the input struct into the newly allocated one. What? I'm really struggling to parse the assignment instructions and translate them into what I'm supposed to do. I'm not sure if I'm just an idiot or just not, or yeah, just an idiot or don't have enough practice. Can you hold my hand a bit? Okay. This lesson is about a very C-shaped distinction. If it helps, I imagine pointers like I'm making a bunch of highway direction signs. I mean, I under the concept of what a pointer is, right, is not, that's not hard to me. It's trying to understand what the hell they are referring to in the assignment, from the code to the assignment, and where that's the part that I'm having a hard time connecting the dots. Like the idea that I'm a pointer and I'm just pointing to something, and so you should just follow me to whatever is over there. That's easy. That I can grok that. I can grok that I can use this dereference operator to follow that direction. I can also grok that I can get a pointer to a value using the address of sign. Like that all makes sense to me. But for whatever reason, when I read their instructions, I'm just like, what are you asking me to do? Update the create token pointer arrays loop. So we're here. This is the loop. I'm about ready to spill my coffee all over myself. Yeah, the wording of the assignment doesn't make... Yeah, it's just... Okay, so this is the loop. Allocate new space for each token on the heap. New space for each token. So I understand you want space, right? So I want space, new space. So I know I need to call malloc. I need space for each token. So I would assume I need the size of a token. Yeah. What does this give me back? I don't know what this gives me back. A pointer to a token, so this would be token T pointer. But written this way. I think. Store the address of the new space in the array instead of the stack. So I think what that would mean is I would just set the new space here. I think I've done this correctly. Copy the members of the input struct into the newly allocated one. Okay, members of the input struct. What is the input struct? This thing? So I guess this would be new space. Would be this guy. Oh no, not that. This should be, or no, tokens. Token pointers. So I would do, well, let me go back to this. Okay, there's the, so that's token I. So I'm going to call this input token, which is a token I don't know. I honestly don't know. So I know this needs to be new space. I think. I say that like I'm confident. I don't actually know that. Part of me's guessing. So then I have to copy the values from this to this. So I would say new space, but that's a pointer, so I need to do that and say, I guess, what are all the things that I need to copy over? All these. I keep forgetting I can't copy that way. So I'd say something like new space. It might be a time for a break after this lesson. So this would equal this guy at dot literal. This would be line. I honestly don't know. The incompatible pointer types to char star from char star star. Yeah, I don't know. I'm lost again. Okay, I tried some shit. It don't work. Help me, Boots. Save me. Hey, what's up? I could be losing packets. Yeah, I don't. I disconnect from Twitch quite a bit while I'm streaming. C have hints in their error messages? I guess so. Yeah, or at least this does. Let's see. Incompatible. Remove ampersand. Oh, yes, because that's the address of. So what I was really saying there is try to get the literal field at this address. With that, or I was trying to say get literal from the address value. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, that wasn't, I guess, too bad, but man, that I don't know. This did not. This did not. I don't know. I don't even know what to say, man. I'm on the struggle bus. Don't be like me. Okay, void pointers. We've already discussed void, which essentially means nothing in C. It's used in a few different contexts. Void update soldier means the function returns nothing. Means the function takes no arguments. And because C likes reusing ideas but with slightly different meanings, void also has another use. Void star or void pointer tells the compiler this pointer could point to anything. This is why void pointers are also known as a generic pointer. Since void pointers do not have a specific data type, they cannot be directly dereferenced or used in pointer arithmetic without casting them to another pointer type. Casting to and from void pointers in C is unique because void pointers are type agnostic. When casting a specific type pointer to a void pointer, no type information is retained, allowing the void pointer to point to any data type. However, you must cast a void pointer back to its original type before dereferencing it, as direct referencing is not possible. Okay. Okay. A common pattern is to store generic data in one variable and the type of that data in another variable. This is useful when you need to pass data around without knowing its type at compile time. Okay, in Snakelang, we have to dynamically interpret snake code and store the values in memory. The snake object kind enum defines the different types of objects that can be stored in memory. Complete the snake zeroOut function. It accepts a generic pointer to one of snake int t, snake float t, or snake bool t. It should zero out the .value field of the struct by setting it to the zero value of its type. Use the kind parameter to figure out which type of struct you are working with. When working with pointers and dereferencing them, parenthesis usage is essential. Consider the following examples. This means casting it to pointer and then the field is obtained. This means casting is applied to the field. Good to know. Hey, what's up, Viably Subtle? Good to see you. Don't be like you. We should not be awesome or legendary. Dude, I am neither awesome nor legendary. I'm a 33-year-old dad who lives in Kansas. Singing for my supper, you know? Just trying to get to retirement. Okay. Yes. So, first thing we need is, what is it? It wants us to zero things out. So we're not going to return anything. So we just need to match or switch. And we are going to switch over the pointer. So we want to switch over the value. Yeah? Oh, we're given the kind. So we can just switch over the kind. Let's look at the data structures real quick, just to make sure we understand. So we're given the kind. So we got float. Let's do this. Control C to copy that. Put that there. Control paste it. So we'll do case. We have an integer. Case, we have a float. Why did I do that? Case, we have a float. Turn this, and then we have case bool. Return that. And let's just add a default here, and if there's a default, who cares, right? Just return nothing. Okay. So that runs. Alright, and then if we have an integer, we need to set it to its zero value. So if we do have an integer, this is where we have to say, we have to cast it to what it is, right? So that's where we do nested parens. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to cast it to a pointer of int, right? Oh, snake int. Snake int. Then we get this field, which is going to be value, right? Value. And then we're going to set that equal to, in this case, I guess 0. Which I think would be the same thing here, only this would be snake float, and that would be 0.0 maybe. And then this would be snake, how did they call that? Bool? We need to be like soccer players and be able to retire at 40-ish. Dude, that would be baller. I'm aiming, right now my goal is 52. Is my goal currently. Assuming I don't make a bunch of poor financial decisions, assuming the market does well and doesn't crash within the first, within 5-ish years of that age. I probably won't retire. That's more of just like, by that age, I want work to be optional. That's my goal. So I've got about 19 years of killing time on stream. But you know what they say, life is what happens when you're busy making plans, right? So it's good to have goals, but you never know what's coming down the pipe, I kind of always remind myself that, like, if you aim for the moon, you'll land among the stars type of thing. So it's good to have goals. You might not get to the goal, but at least if you set the goal, high enough, or make the goal aspirational enough, right? Your efforts will hopefully lead you to a good place nonetheless. All right, the one question I have is, should I be casting this to this, or should I be casting it to the type def? The type def name. I don't really know. Okay, use of undeclared identifier snake int. So maybe I got my answer. So should this be snake int t, and this should be snake float t? Just disconnected from Twitch again. Damn, man. I don't know why I struggle so much with. Use of undeclared. So how do I set this to false? Oh. Oh, it's just 0 because it's a bool. And they don't have bools in C. I knew that. So we can actually do this, huh? Oh no, because with the cast is different. Success! I think I'm going to go to the end of chapter 7 here. And then I'm going to take a break for the day. I'm going to go write some Rust. Probably won't take a break from programming for the day, but I'm going to take a break from boot.dev. Snakeling makes it easy to swap two values. Before we do something more tricky, let's start with just swapping some integers. Complete the swap int function. It accepts 2 pointers to integers and should swap the values of the integers they point to. Okay, let's see if I can do this. So int a value equals dereference a. Int b value equals dereference b. Then can I say b equals a value? And then a equals address of b value. Like a equals 6, 5 equals. Okay, so what am I doing here then? I'm obviously not doing what I think I'm doing. A value is %d. B value %d. Dude, the first function I would write in a C code base is a function called print with new line. Oh shit, I don't have the header file. Was it include standard io.h? I forgot the freaking thing. Okay, so A, that is correct. That's correct. So how do I swap them? I thought that's what I'm doing here. Well, I guess no, I wasn't. Was I? So this is what I thought I was doing. What I thought I was doing is I thought I was getting the address of a value and assigning it to this pointer. So now pointer should be pointing to A is 5. And so I thought now A should be pointing to 6. Okay, obviously I'm confused still. I thought what I've done is dereference each pointer to its respective value, then assign the address of each respective value to the proper pointer to swap the value they point at. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Okay, what am I? Might be assigning the same value when you do the swap. Hey, what's up, Justin? Good to see you, man. Okay, so yes, A and B give you the values, but the part is the key. This part is the key mistake. A and B are local pointer variables. Changing A and B only changes those local copies. It does not change the integers in the caller. Think of it like this. A is the address of the real integer. Is the real integer at that address. So if we do A equals something, you change the pointer itself. If you do pointer A equals something, you change the integer stored at that address. That's what this fun. Oh. So I need to do this. Dude, that's tricky. Yes, and I want to point it at that on the value, not the address. Dude, that's tricky. I guess in my mind, the way I'm thinking about it, I guess, is I already have the pointer. Okay, so I guess what the mistake in my thinking was that I could just change the pointer to point at the address of my new local variable. Yes, exactly. Okay. Because I don't want to point the pointer. I'm not trying to point the pointer at the address of my local variable. I'm trying to point the address I'm trying to overwrite the value in the address that the pointer points to. Yeah. Dude, that's that's a little bit of a mind fuck. Okay, yeah. I think it would help if I drew this, right? I think that would help me connect the dots. I'm gonna draw this. So what they asked me to do, whoops. What they asked me to do was, okay, you've got A, you've got star A. I'm just going to use lowercase because they use, oh God, man, I need to get on Pirate Software's level. Control 2. Control K. So what they asked me to do was they asked me to take this pointer A, which is pointing to, let's say it's pointing, it is actually in this problem pointing to 5. That's the value. And they asked me to take pointer B. Actually, it's pointing to a particular address. So I'm just going to say it's pointing to a particular address. And the value equals 5 there. And this is pointing at another address. And the address is equal to 6 there. And so what they want is they actually want they want A and B to point to the same address, and they want the value here to be different. And what I was doing was I was taking A and B, and what I was doing was I was trying to say, sure, I'll change your value. I'll change the value. I'll change the value to the right place, but I was assigning it a completely different address. I'm going to use a blue here to represent that. So I swapped the values, but I did it by just completely changing the piece of memory that the pointers were looking at. And the piece of memory I pointed them at to was a local piece of memory to the function. Okay. I feel like that one helped. That was some aha moment for me. That's good. Hey, what's up, Wilo Gamer Pro? I think what that is you mix stack and heap addresses. So you point to a stack address of the value. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You said it more elegantly, Wagafa, than I said it. That's exactly what I did. Then that was me misinterpreting the goal that was being accomplished, I think. Okay, complete the swap strings function. It swaps the values stored in the string pointers. Remember, char star star is a pointer to a character pointer, which means we can simply switch the address that we're referencing in our swap function. Okay, maybe it'll help if I draw this out before I try to answer this one. I think what we're finding out is I might be more of a visual learner than a text learner. Or at least when it comes to programming, I might be more of a visual learner. How do I get to the blackboard here? Okay, so we're given A. Those are stars. Don't critique my drawing skills. We're given A. So A points to a star char. Star char. Okay. So you're saying we can simply switch the addresses. Okay. Okay, I think what I need to do, I think I need a temp. Which means then I can say A equals star B. And B equals temp. Oh, and then I need the address of this. Failed. A equals goodbye, but hello equals goodbye. A is now goodbye. I just, it's like, oh, I think I am understanding now. I don't understand. Hey, Mason. The C guy's here? Well, thank God, man. Because I'm just such on a struggle bus. Remember, char star star is a pointer to a char pointer, which means we can simply switch the address that we're referencing in our swap function. Yep. So after the last lesson, I understood what I fucked up and felt like I was grokking this, but now I'm back to being lost. Here is some salmon. Help me. Okay, even I thought you had it this time. Yeah, I don't have it, man. I don't get it. I don't get it. See, the part that I don't get is the part that I'm having trouble understanding is at what time, basically, when am I just using the pointer they gave me and when am I dereferencing? So I basically had the right code, right? But I'm all fucked up about the type and when to dereference and when not to. Okay, what I want to see is, okay, can you, let me just go ahead and solve it. First I want to solve it, but I think what I need is I need a visual representation like a table. Okay. Can you create me an ASCII table that visually shows what is pointing to what initially and then a table that shows the intermediate, and then a table that shows the final. Hey, what's up, Fox on Main? Boot is my only friend. He is my one. He is all. When I feel alone, he is there. When I have nowhere to go, his door is open. Okay. So here, let's look at this. Let's see what it's asking. Okay, so initial state before calling swap strings. You have your stack. Okay. You have heap literal strings. So I have A, which points to this string. And I have B, which points to this string. Okay. So that's in main. Okay. When you call swap strings, the parameters inside the function are pointers to pointers. So this is A in the function, i.e. char A star star. So you point to A, which points to the value. Okay, so now let's look at my code. So A, temp is the value. Yes, that's what I want. Temp now points at hello. Nothing else has changed. A star, B star. Okay. A now points at goodbye. B is unchanged still. Final, B star A. Okay, so maybe it will help if I look at it, if I look at it in the context of main. So when I dereference A, I get hello. Or I get the pointer. Okay, so in the swap strings function, when I say star A, that doesn't give me the string hello, right? This gives me an address at which hello is. Correct? Okay, good question, but this is a subtle but important distinction. Let's be precise about this. Star A in your function does give you the string hello, but in C, the string and a pointer to the string are effectively the same thing when you're talking about char star. Huh. Okay, let's try to struggle through this last one, and then I think I'm going to call it. Wait till you see char star star A. Dude, I don't think I would have made it if the only way you could be a programmer is to be a C programmer. I don't know if I would have made it, man. I don't know. I am going to try to build a portfolio project in C for this course, course 12 in the path. So it might take me a few weeks, but I'm gonna give it my best effort. For the previous swap implementations, we've known the type of the data we want to swap because we knew the type. The compiler knew the sizes of the data we want to swap. However, to make a generic swap, we will need to provide the C compiler with the size of the data we are swapping. Because void star loses that type info, Our new interface for swap will include the size. The other problem we're going to have is that directly assigning pointer values does not work the same way with void star. Instead of using star pointer equals star pointer, we will use memcopy or memcpy. I'm going to call it memcopy, which is included in string.h library. So to move the data from pointer 1 to pointer 2, we'll use the following. Implement the generic swap function. Allocate memory for a temporary buffer to store the data using malloc. Okay, so temp. So this would be, what would this type be? Try to make a mini signal R where you use it to chat. That sounds, I don't even think I can make signal R in C#. That sounds very, very hard. That sounds way beyond my abilities. Yeah, you're on a different level than me, Mr. Mason. That sounds like a year-long project. Okay, allocate memory for a temporary buffer to store the data using malloc. Allocate memory for a temporary buffer to store the data using malloc. So I know I need to do this. Size. But I don't know, and I know I need to name it. So I would just call like temp buffer. But I have no idea what this should be. What is the type? Is it just void star? Is the type? I don't know. I guess I'll just do that. What else? And then if the allocation fails, return immediately. Okay, so if temp buffer equals null, return null. Great. Use memcopy to shuffle the data around. Don't forget to free the temporary. So I'll just call free on the temp buffer. Okay, so I think void is the right thing because memcopy accepts void. So void star CPY. Oh, I don't need to. I just need to call it. Pass in the destination. What's the destination? Oh, we have to call this twice. So I guess what we do, the destination in this case should be temp, and we'll copy from VP1 size, and then we copy from VP1's the destination. I guess we have to call this 3 times. VP1, VP2 size. So temp, VP1 goes into temp, VP2 goes into VP1, then temp goes into VP2, and temp is just what was in VP1. Right? Void function. If the function fails, oh, it should just return.
Kelsey says you need to take a break and eat love.
Yeah, it is time to take a break. You are not wrong. Use of undeclared identifier? Oh, yeah, this should be temp buffer. Okay, I do have one. Let me submit this. I do have one question for Boots. To me, it wasn't painfully obvious what the type of temp buffer should be when allocating memory. How should or I guess, what intuition should I have had about what it should be if I was a competent C developer? Let's see, all test passing will look good. Good question. Let's break down the intuition for choosing void. Malloc itself returns void star. I knew that. They told us that. They told us that. Malloc doesn't know what type of data you're going to store in the memory it allocates. It just knows how many bytes you want. So it returns type as necessarily a generic pointer. You're just matching the declared type of temp buffer to what alloc actually gives you. No conversion or guessing required. You don't, because we're, okay. So I should have just known, basically. Since you're passing temp buffer directly to mem calls, which, that probably should have been the better, since min copy accepts void star, right? The temp buffer could only ever be that. Okay, useful mental shortcut. If a pointer's type is determined only by what size was passed in, it should be void star. Fair enough. Okay, that's where I'm going to stop for today. I think I'm getting closer. Let's see, I'm on chapter 8 out of 11. I will say, I thought Rust was the most difficult programming language I've learned so far. I think C has officially dethroned it. Alright, I'm out of here. I hope you guys have a great rest of your Saturday. I'm going to go eat some lunch. Go write some Rust code. I've been building a little utility. I'll tell you guys about it. I'm going to sell it. I'm going to try to sell it to people. But I've been building this little utility in Rust using Tari. I don't know what you call it. But you ever go to like a website, like YouTube's a good example of this, and you want to share this video with somebody, so you click share, then you click, you click in here and you copy, right? But it has that tracking parameter on it. See that? I don't want that. I don't want that on there. So I've been building this little utility that basically allows you to overwrite the copy functionality so that you can basically tell your computer that when you copy something, you don't want all that gobbledygook in there. You don't want the tracking parameters in there. So it's been pretty fun to build. I'll let you guys know once I'm done with it. It's gonna be the first piece of software I'm gonna try to sell. I'm just gonna sell it for like $5. Infinite use. Lifetime license or whatever. Alright, I'm out of here. Bye, Mason. Bye, Wagafa. Bye, Duckboy. Bye, Why Low Gamer Pro. Bye, Justin, if you're still here. See you guys. Have a good day. Bye.